Audio check. Alrighty then. We are out of ads. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello to the early birds and the lurkers. Hope you are doing well. It is Thursday. And that means it's Blue Dragon time. I am excited. I really like that Blue Sky has this go live feature, but it's really dumb that you can't, like, sync your account so that you can just click the button instead of having to either copy paste or type my link to my channel in every time I want to go live. Like, I get that, you know, some people don't stream on the same platform all the time, but it would be cool if they had some kind of integration where you could, like, say, hey, these are the accounts that I can stream on, and then when you click go live, you just click which one you're going live on or something. Or you could even check multiple if you're a multi-streamer. Anyways, let's switch over to the screen. The one that looks like this. Listen to that beautiful fanfare. Wow. Who composed that? They must be amazing. Welcome in, everybody. It's Thursday. It's Blue Dragon day 1 of the week. Day 13 overall. Lucky number 13. I have some exciting things to share today. I finally beat Minigame Coaster in Mario Party 2. Please clap. It was very difficult. I had a very lucky run. There's one minigame in World 8 of Minigame Coaster. You have to beat all of the minigames in the World 8. Not all the minigames in the world. I mean, that's kind of the idea, but, you know, there's 8 worlds, and each one has, like, 6 levels. So you have to beat all 6 of those minigames and get to the next world before you can save your progress. So and every time you lose a minigame, you lose a life. You start with 3, 0 counts as 1, so technically you have 4 attempts to get through all the minigames. You can lose 3 times before you have to go back to your last save. And one of the minigames right in the middle of World 8 is incredibly random. I don't know how it works, really. I feel like I have a very, very deep understanding of how a lot of these minigames work because of playing these kinds of modes and playing them so extensively. Kind of like what I went through with Slot Car Derby and Mario Party 1. But this game is called Sneak and Snore, and you might remember it. It's the one where all 4 characters are in a barrel, and you have to walk towards a chain chomp and press a button to open a door that's behind you, and then you have to back out the door. And every time the chain chomp wakes up, you have to hide in your barrel, and if you're not all the way in your barrel by the time he turns around, he eats you. right? So you have to be fast, but also like make sure that you hide when he pops up. Well, the way that you hide is not by like pressing a button or anything. It's just by letting go of the control stick. And when you let go of the control stick, you don't go into the barrel right away. There's like a, 10 or 20-ish, maybe even 30 frame window where your character has to stop moving and then like compress their body and then goes part of the way into the barrel and then all the way. And this all happens very quickly, but basically, if you play the entire minigame just staring at the chomp, there's no telegraphing whatsoever. He's there, he's asleep, his eyes are closed, he's facing away from the party, he's facing the camera just like you are. And he has this like sleepy snot bubble, snore bubble kind of thing, very cartoonish, that like swells as he's breathing, And it seems like the bubble, when he wakes up, the bubble pops. So you hear the sound of like a pop of the bubble popping, and that's your cue to like, oh God, he's waking up. But if you wait until you hear that sound to let go of the control stick, it's usually too late. Because even if you let go right as soon as you possibly humanly could, reacting to the bubble popping, a lot of the times you aren't all the way in your barrel and he still gets you. So you have to kind of like guess when he's going to wake up. And it seems like there's like one spot where he like kind of always wakes up, like the first character to get to like a certain invisible line. He seems to wake up and you can kind of predict that one. But then after that, I have no idea when he's going to wake up. And you have to just kind of get lucky. And the computer is very good at this minigame. The whole mode, Minigame Coaster, is hard. It's the highest difficulty in Mario Party 2. There is a super hard, but not in that mode. It's like an unlockable thing that's only available in certain modes. And it's not in Minigame Coaster. So this is the hardest level that you can do Minigame Coaster on, which was the whole point. And they're very, very good at this minigame. So you can't like take it slow and just kind of like inch your way down there. You have to really go for the gusto and get lucky. And I had a really good run where I got it on the first try, which is huge because you earn coins for beating minigames just like you would in party mode. But like a Mario game, if you get to 100 coins, you get an extra life, which is massive in this mode because that's another time that you can lose a minigame and try again without having to reload your save. So you also get a bonus of coins multiplied if you beat games concurrently in a row without losing. So this is like the third or fourth minigame, and I had just so happened to get all the way there without losing a life. The first one is free. The second one is like usually free, but sometimes I mess up. That's the Shy Guy Says one with the flags. You just have to be really patient and know to wait to press the button. Know how long you can wait to press the button because it feels like you can't wait that long, but you can. And then the third minigame. What is the third minigame? I'm getting it mixed up with Minigame Island in 1 because I got stuck on World 7 there. Maybe Sneak and Snore is the third minigame. Anyways, it went such that I got to Sneak and Snore without losing a life, and very unlikely got Sneak and Snore on the first try. And so I got like a ×4 multiplier on my coins because I had won 4 minigames in a row, or 3, maybe I got 30 coins. And that put me over 100 already after halfway through the world. And so then I had 4 lives. And I was like, okay, this is it. This has to be the run. The next 2 minigames after Sneak and Snore are like kind of battle style minigames. They're not actually battle minigames because that's actually a real thing, but they're games where basically you have to survive an environment. The first one is Hexagon Heat, which is the Mario Party 2 version of the Mario Party 1 game that's called like Mushroom Mayhem or something like that, where you're on the different colored toadstools and Toad holds up a flag and you have to stand on the one that he holds up, and all the rest of them go down into the water. Well, they did the exact same thing in Mario Party 2, except the mushrooms are now just hexagons, and they drop down into lava instead of water. So that one is like pretty consistent, but you can get unlucky. The worst thing about it is that you have to be the last person standing. So you can't just survive and make it to the end of the minigame. If there's another computer that makes it to the end of the minigame with you, you still lose a life and have to do it again. So you have to like be a little bit offensive and like, you know, try to ground pound them or punch them or whatever, to make sure that they all fall off before the last round. And then the minigame after that is very similar. I forget what it's called, but you're on this nine square grid, but there are only 7 like platforms, and they move around kind of like a sliding block puzzle. And only 2 of them move at a time, you know, from current positions to the 2 open positions. And you have to try to punch or butt slam the enemies so that they fall into the lava and you can't fall in. And it's the same as the previous minigame, where if you just play defensively and survive, you'll lose if another character makes it to the end of the timer. And that one is a little bit more random than Hexagon Heat, so I would lose that one pretty consistently. I think I did lose that one time, but then I got to the final minigame, which is a pretty easy minigame, and I had 3 lives to do it. And I was like, okay, this is it. I can totally win this minigame in 3 tries. Please, please, universe, let me through. And the last minigame is Bombs Away, which is like a classic Mario Party minigame where you're on like a little floating island and a battleship is shooting cannonballs, bullet bills at you, and it makes the island like pitch and yaw, and you have to like not fall off, and then some of the shots will stun you so that you can't move. So like if shot number 1 stuns you, and then shot number 2 pitches the island way up at an angle, you might slide off into the water before you're unstunned and you can react. And then at the very end of the timer, this Bowser cannon comes out and shoots this giant Bowser missile at the island that's basically the size of the island, and you kind of just have to like jump at the right time so that it doesn't hit you. Because if the bullet bills directly hit you, you just fly off. And if you're like in the near vicinity, they'll stun you. So you have to be really careful with those. The cannonballs, you can let them hit you and you'll just get stunned, but you have to hope that the next cannonball doesn't knock you off, or you don't get hit with a bullet bill while you're stunned. But I got through that minigame and I beat it. And then just like Mario Party 1 Minigame Island, beating the last minigame isn't the end of the mode, and there's like a super ultra mega challenge at the end. And this one was equally as novel and interesting and wild as the Mario Party 1 one was. I didn't record it, unfortunately. I should have recorded it. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere, but I should have recorded it like I did in Mario Party 1. I just didn't have I didn't have my game capture thing open like I did in Mario Party 1, because there weren't any mini games I could use the capture to cheat on, which I was totally doing in Mario Party 1, with absolutely no shame whatsoever. But there wasn't really anything I could cheat by recording in this one, so I didn't have it open. But when you get to the end, you come up to this toad. There's a very specific toad that has like this like turquoise color about him. Instead of being like a white dome with red dots, he's a white dome with these like turquoise dots, and he's kind of like the host of the minigame land in Mario Party 2. And you run up to him and he's like, "Great job, Mario." I was playing as Mario. "Great job, Mario. You beat Minigame Coaster on hard. Unfortunately, you only beat it on hard, so you'll have to beat it again." And I was like, "What? Excuse me?" And then he's like, "Are you ready to go back to World 1 and start over?" and it gives you like a yes or no option. And I was like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. This is This is nuts. This can't be real. And so I just said no out of like desperation to see what would happen. And so you say no, and he's like, oh, that's too bad. And then another identical looking toad runs out from the side and is like, Mario, don't listen to him. He's a fake. And I was like, oh God. Like, and I was just thinking like, what would have happened if I said yes? Like, would the game actually punish the player that hard if they said yes? Surely not, right? But I was not about to find out. And so anyways, he's like, they're an imposter. And then it's revealed that that toad is in fact Koopa Kid in disguise, who is like the N64 version of Baby Bowser. He has a very specific look to him. He doesn't look like modern Bowser Jr. or Baby Bowser. He's called Koopa Kid. And he shows up and he's like, drats, you gotta play a minigame against me and my 2 friends. And he like ninja splits into 2 more of himself. So there's 3 identical Koopa Kids. And they're like, you gotta play against us. And so then you have to play this minigame against 3 Koopa Kids instead of Mario Party characters. So once again, we have like a special version of a Mario Party minigame with characters participating in it that nowhere else in the game otherwise can participate in a minigame. So there's like special like models for them. I mean, I guess Koopa Kid has a special, or he has a 3D model already, I guess. But this particular minigame, you might remember it. It's the one where you're in like a little tank and there's like pipes all over the place and you have to like drive around with tank controls and try to shoot cannonballs at the other tanks and be the last one standing. And everybody has 2 HP. So you can get hit once and still be alive. If you get hit a second time, you're out. Well, the thing that's wild about this particular permutation of the minigame is that it's not a 4-player minigame. It's not all 4 players for themselves. It's 1 versus 3. So it's a 4-player minigame in the context of Mario Party, but this particular scenario, it becomes a 1 versus 3 because all 3 of them are coming after you. They don't shoot at each other at all. And so you have to shoot all 3 of them 2 times before any of them hit you a second time. And it's really, really difficult. You get infinite tries, which is great because it did probably take me about 10 or 12 tries to get it, but I did eventually get a pretty lucky run and got it, / kind of like getting good at that minigame for a minute. And then once you beat it, I knew that I was going to get this one particular unlockable, which was part of the reason why I was striving to finish it. But I got much more than I thought I was going to get, and it was very weird and wild and exciting. So after you beat it, you get kicked back out to the minigame island screen, or minigame land, I guess it's called. Everything in Mario Party 2 is something land. You know, all the boards are like Space Land, Cowboy Land, or Western Land, you know, that kind of thing. So the minigame mode is called Minigame Land. And so it's this little archipelago of islands, and the middle one is where you can just play the minigames. And the way that they show them, instead of it just being like a menu, you know, because nothing in Mario Party can just be like a list. It has to be this like graphically interesting thing that you like interact with as a character instead of just being a menu. You know, like in Mario Party 1, it's like a book and you're turning the pages and looking at the pictures. And then in Mario Party 2, it's this like grove of trees. So each tree is a different color and there are fruits on the trees that are the different minigames. Such a strange idea. And you have the 4-player, the 2 versus 2, the 1 versus 3, and the 1-player minigames. But there's a space missing that makes the circle of trees incomplete. And the game doesn't tell you necessarily that something goes there. It's just kind of something that you can notice visually if you're like, that's kind of odd that they didn't just space them all evenly, right? And then you just have to remember like, oh wait, there are battle minigames. Are those not in minigame land? Or maybe you can get those. But it never tells you like complete minigame coaster in order to get the battle minigames. But that's what happens. So there's this big giant tree with a very creepy face, and you buy the mini games from him with the coins that you collect playing party mode. And I already had all the other mini games bought. But once you beat Minigame Coaster, you go to him and he's like, oh, now you can buy battle minigames. And of course, I just immediately bought them all. There's only like 6 of them. And I have like way more coins than I could ever hope to use. So I didn't have to worry about being able to afford those minigames or whatever. I think it costs like 3,000 coins to get them all. And I had like 27 or 28,000 coins. So I just bought all those really quick. And then once you've bought all of them, once you buy the first one, I guess, the tree shows up graphically from the zoomed out view, which is kind of neat. It's like, oh, there's that green tree there now that completes the circle that wasn't there before. And you can go in there and you can play them. But then once you buy all of them and you go back to the big tree, he's like, I don't have any more minigames for you, which is actually what he used to say before you beat Minigame Coaster. He doesn't say like, oh, there's more minigames if you beat Minigame Coaster. He just says, you've bought them all. There's like no indication that you're still missing some. He has this kind of like amnesiac text box where he's like, there's something I can't remember, like, and I guess that's your only vague clue. But after you've bought literally all the minigames, he's like, oh, there's one more minigame that you can play. And I was like, what? And then like this different looking fruit that looks like a pear drops down from his leafage, and then you can like cursor over to it and click it. And I was absolutely floored. This extra bonus minigame in Mario Party 2 is called Driver's Ed. Just like it sounds, Driver's Ed. And there are 5 different courses that you can drive on in this little remote control car from a fixed perspective. So the controls are really bizarre and difficult. And your goal is to like pick up these numbered balloons in the order that they are numbered. And then you also have to pass through these different cones from the right direction. There's all these arrows on the ground. And then you have to do it before time runs out. And you have a time limit of 1 minute for each course. And it's just the most unexpected and strange thing that I could have possibly imagined. I had no idea that existed, so that was like a really fun, like mind-blowing, childhood-esque moment in a video game. I just thought I was going to be able to buy the minigames, and that was it. And then when he like drops down that extra fruit and says there's one more minigame, I was like, oh, what is this? Like this content in these games, despite the games themselves being really popular and commonly known and played, there's this feeling that there's this like obscure content that very, very few people have seen because it's hidden in these like not touched modes. So I was like kind of getting the sense of like when I played Slot Car Derby against Toad in Mario Party 1, I was like how many people have seen this? You have to beat the entire minigame coaster on hard, and then earn an absurd amount of coins to be able to buy all the minigames if you haven't played, the regular party mode for like hundreds of hours already. And then you get to see this weird, quirky little Driver's Ed mode that probably nobody would want to play. Like, I tried the first course and I was not able to finish it in a minute. The controls are so awful. But it was very funny. Also, I want to say that you have to play as Peach. Maybe I got to pick my character. I don't remember. Because I ended up watching a video of somebody playing it on YouTube afterwards, because I wanted to see what the 5 different courses looked like, just like at a glance, without having to sit there and play through them all, because I needed to like go to bed or whatever. And nothing happens once you complete them all. They're just there. So I now have everything that there is in Mario Party 2, which is very exciting. That was a fun experience. I feel like there was one other thing that I was going to mention. I've been ripping my GameCube discs with my flippy drive. The flippy drive is a mod for the GameCube that I installed a while back, and I did not realize some of the onboard features that it has, and then I also had to learn how to use them because it's not super obvious. There's a lot of like technological stuff that I am like the target audience for as far as like a user, but it seems like the people who make these devices have this certain expectation that like, oh, anybody who's buying this has this like very specific type of acumen when it comes to like maybe like coding, I guess, for lack of a more specific term. So a lot of times when you're looking for information about these like devices or mods or, you know, third-party products or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, check the GitHub. I hate GitHub. Like, or I don't hate that it exists, but I hate looking at it because I cannot find the information that I'm looking for. When I don't know how to look at a GitHub. Like, you know, something will say like, oh yeah, just go to the GitHub and download it. And I'm like, great. This is gonna take me 20 minutes. Because I never know where to, like, there's not just like a big green download button, you know, for my boomerness to find. It's like a list of like all the files in the thing, and then like a change log that I can read, and I can download the source code, and it's like, how do I just download it? Where is it? And like I can never find it. And it's kind of the same way when you try to look up the manual for the flippy drive. It's like this very like specific formatting of a page that I feel like is really common across all these different kinds of things. It looks a lot like a GitHub. It's not a GitHub, but it looks like one. And so I'm like trying to find, it's not like a wiki either. It really needs to be like a wiki where you can search for like manual or backup, you know, and like common search terms that you would want to find. Yo, what's up, Zim? Welcome in. Thank you for supporting my struggle with GitHub. I feel very alone when it happens to me. So I didn't realize a lot of the things that the flippy drive can do right out of the box, and one of them is backup discs. There's a way to just back up your discs with the GameCube right on board. And I was like, holy crap, why didn't I know this? And it's because the manual is so obtuse that I never found any, I was never able to glean any information from it. But you have to like hold a specific button when you start up the console, and then there's this menu that you're in, and the option that you choose to take you to the menu where you can back up discs is not named something that would make you think that's where that option lives. So I never would, like, I had been to that menu before, and I had used some of the other options in that menu because they're more self-evident. And the option that I needed to pick to back up discs sounds like a very specific, obscure, like, you know, developer tools type option that's not for me, the basic user kind of thing. Oh, Zim, you got auto-modded because of the Kappa emote. That's what happens when devs design a website. Yeah, exactly. They think everybody is a dev like them. They think everybody has the same like coder eyes that they do, and they don't know anything. It's okay. It's all right. I'm just not a fan of a very specific use case for the Kappa emote, as well as the basic smile emote, and nobody that hangs out in here uses it in that way, but I have to flag it in case somebody like that comes in here. Don't take it personally. It won't go on your permanent record. So yeah, I finally figured out how to do this, and I've started ripping my GameCube discs. And I've got almost all of my games ripped, but I'm now reaching a point where it seems like there are a couple of my games that just won't rip. And I don't know if it's because my discs are like too beat up or what. All of my games play and are playable. It could also just be that, like, you know, this GameCube laser is on its last legs. and it's been dialed up very, very strong to be able to read discs, because it wasn't really reading discs before that. And I'm basically just praying that I can get all of my games ripped cleanly and successfully before the laser dies. Because essentially, if that's the last thing that the laser does, then that's great. It would be nice to have the laser still working in case there's like another game that I want to rip in the future that I don't have yet, or that I want to borrow. Because I'd really rather not like scour the internet for a rip of a game. I'd prefer to like rip my own games, not for like legal, ethical reasons or anything, but just because it's easier and it feels better. So once I get to the end of the library, I'm gonna have this pile. Actually, they're actually right here, just out of the shot. I have this pile of games that I've tried to rip multiple times and have all failed or stalled for multiple reasons, and I'll just keep trying them. Another thing that I might try doing is just dial up the laser a little bit more to see if I can get them to rip, and maybe that'll help counteract. But not all of these games that aren't ripping have like scuffed discs. None of my discs are like terrible, but a couple of them are like, you know, heavily played. And there's also, because of them being GameCube discs, the reason why I'm so like excited to rip them is because GameCube are at like the top of the list as far as like the disc rot issue. They have been some of the most widely reported and susceptible. It's Sega Saturn, GameCube, and Wii U. Those are like the most commonly reported disc rot games so far. So I'd love to get my GameCube discs dumped onto the flippy drive. But it's pretty slick once it's done. Like, they're just living on an SD card, and I have clean rips of my games. And when I turn on my GameCube, it goes right to a menu where I can just pick them, and it looks very like official. You know, when you click on the game, it takes you to the same screen that you would see putting the disc in the GameCube. You see like the little artwork, and they have like a little text blurb about each game, and the little like press start thing swimming around. It's really great. So yeah, that's what I've been working on off stream. Mario Party and ripping GameCube discs. Speaking of Mario Party, we are going to finish the last matchup of Super Ads Bros this week. I think we're going to do one extra ad break today to make sure that we complete it. And after that, we're going to switch over to Mario Party. Mario Party 1, to start, is going to be our new ads thing for the foreseeable future. And I'm really excited about it because of the variable length nature of it. Basically, it's going to be an all CPU party, and I'll set it up at the beginning of stream when I go live, and then it'll be paused. And whenever it's time for an ad, I'll just unpause it, and it'll run for the length of the ad break. And then when I come back, I'll pause it and resume the game. When I started doing Smash Bros, I loved the opposite. I loved that I could make a Super Smash Bros match a very specific length. It's like, oh, the ads are 3 minutes long. We make it a 3-minute Smash match. That's perfect, right? Well, theoretically, yes, but I don't always come back in exactly 3 minutes, you know? I like have like things that I have to do during these ad breaks. I don't just like get up and stand off to the side, you know, and watch the game while I wait for the ad to run. Like, I have to like go to the bathroom and refill my drink and feed the dogs and change diapers and like clean up messes and grab a snack and like all these different things. Like, every time I get up, I'm like running to do like 2 or 3 things. So sometimes it takes me 5 minutes to come back. Sometimes it takes me 10 minutes if something pops up, you know? And I feel guilty that the people who are behind the paywall would sit there and watch a Smash Bros match, and then the ad would end, and then everybody's back, and you're just staring at a results screen for up to 5 minutes, you know, listening to the same really short song over and over and over, and somebody's just standing there and it says, you know, Fox wins on the screen or whatever. That sucks. So what'll be cool about Mario Party is if a break runs longer than expected, y'all got something to look at. There's going to be so much more variations in music and what to look at. There's so much more like RNG and like the way things go, because like in Smash Bros there's 12 characters and there's like about 12 levels, so that means about 12 different songs to listen to. Well, in Mario Party there's like 50 mini games and there's a lot more music, there's different boards, there's different characters, so there'll be a lot of different variations. And I can use it for BRBs too, like if I need to get up unexpectedly like in the middle of an hour to go do something, I can also just throw on Mario Party. It doesn't have to just be for ads. So I'm excited about all those aspects of it. Obviously, I try to be as expedient as possible, so it's not like I'm gonna milk the break because I know Mario Party's running and y'all are just gonna sit there and watch it for 15 minutes. You know, I'm only gonna do that if I have to, but I'm gonna feel better about it when it does happen, because at least there's something slightly more exciting happening on the screen. I'm excited about those aspects of it. I think I am going to introduce like a channel point redeem. I would love for people to pick like what board we play on and what characters play. But I don't want to get too granular with it, like we did with Fortune Street, because I think people were kind of resistant to it and they just didn't care that much. So basically what I'll do is I think I'm just going to have one channel point redeem that's like a couple thousand, and you can pick, you'll be able to pick as many aspects of the party as you want. You can just pick the board, you can just say Yoshi, and so Yoshi will be one of the characters, or you can pick all of it. You can pick all 4 characters, you can pick the board. You can have as much influence over it as you want. And if nobody redeems the redeem, I'll obviously just randomly generate a party. But it's always going to be like a long one. We're never going to see the like end results of the parties, because when you do a all CPU game, it just automatically advances through the results screen back to the title screen. So it's really hard to catch that. And I intentionally want the party to take longer than the amount of time that I need it to fill throughout the stream, and I'd like to have a little bit of cushioning and buffer there. So I'm going to intentionally set up longer parties. I also need the CPUs to farm coins for me, because I don't have all the minigames purchased in Mario Party 1. So the longer the game is, the more coins will be in the pot. That's an aspect of it as well. So I'm not going to be doing any kind of like stats tracking or metrics or anything like that, as much as I would love to find a way to do that. I kicked around a couple of ideas and I don't really like any of them. And I also don't like that there wouldn't be like an end result to work towards like there is in Smash Bros. So the idea of it just being like a little more low-key, casual, less for me to do is nice. Plus, that gets me back into the game faster. Because, like, sometimes with Smash, I'd come back from the ad, but then I would still sit there on the results screen and talk for, like, 2 to 3 minutes because I'm, like, excited about the stats and I'm updating them on my Google Sheet and I'm, like, talking to y'all about, like, oh, well, this could be interesting because if so-and-so, you know, like... and nobody cares about that except for me. And maybe SNES. Because SNES is a little bit sports-pilled. So we won't have any of that with Mario Party. It'll just be like, oh, look who's in the lead. Pause. Back to the game. It'll be nice and clean. So, I hope you're excited about all that stuff. I'm excited about it. Once I get everything unlocked in Mario Party 1, we're going to move on to Mario Party 3. And it is my hope that we will continue to cycle through a bunch of different Mario parties, because once I get all of them ripped to the GameCube, Then we can do the GameCube Mario parties, which gives us access to 4, 5, 6, and 7. Because the disk drive won't be running. So I'm totally cool with my GameCube being on if none of the mechanical parts are actually running. That's part of the reason why I like to use specifically the N64 as an ads machine, is because I'm comfortable leaving it on for that long because it doesn't generate a lot of heat because there's nothing moving inside of it. And with the GameCube not using the disk drive and playing the rips, will solve that problem as well. So I'm very excited about that idea. I have such little exposure to Mario Party 5, 6, and 7. They're basically brand new games to me. Because I played so much of 4. There will be a lot of... There's a lot of cool stuff that can be unlocked with passive play. So that'll be fun. And just kind of getting to see it and hear it. Last thing I'll say about Mario Party is if you own any of the Mario Party games at home, and you're like me where you love the idea of like sitting down with a group of people and playing some Mario Party, you know, it's like very nostalgic to you, very cozy, but you're an adult and it's hard to find that time and that group of people to do that. I will say an all CPU Mario Party game makes for a great background ambience. Like if you're just at home and you're like, you know, maybe you're working from home or you're doing some chores or you're, you know, just tidying up your space or whatever and you just need some vibes, it's really nice for that. It makes me feel very comfortable. Just like set up a Mario 50-turn all CPU Mario Party game on your favorite of the first 7 that allow for all CPU play. Or actually, I think Mario Party 7 you can't do it. I gotta revisit that. They might have taken it away in 7. We might only be able to go up to 6. But the first 6 for sure support it. And just set it and forget it, you know? Just walk around and you don't have to look at it or anything. While testing stuff for Ads Bros, or the Ads Bros successor, I should say. Now we're going to Ads Party. Thank you for that, Gad. Welcome in, by the way. While I was testing stuff, I just discovered like, oh, this is kind of nice to just like have on in the background. I might non-ironically just do this from time to time. Just throw on a Mario Party for company, you know? It's kind of nice. Okay, let's get into the game. I'm gonna save our charity check-in for midstream, when there will probably be more people around to hear it. But we do have charity donations opening up on Monday. Mark your calendars. Mute this music now. Okay. Let's see. I have lots of controllers near me, but none of them are the right one. So we're going to boot into Blue Dragon here, and we're going to do a quick recap of what we did last week, which will not take very long. What's going on? Oh, I said yes to Wi-Fi. No, we're not going to sign into Wi-Fi. Actually, if anybody knows, I'm curious. If you like sign into if you like connect your Xbox 360 to the internet, will it like look at all the stuff that you've done since you were last online? Like if I like turned it on one day and booted up Blue Dragon, would it like catch up and like give me like Chivos for stuff that I've already done in the game? I don't know how that works. And I don't really care about achievements, but I was just thinking about that because I was kind of curious. Okay, I'm already on the right page of the notebook, but I need to see which file we're loading. We are loading number 2. Number 2. Okay. I need to turn my volume up just a little bit. Okay. Let's So, last week we got a lot done in this game, actually. We had some exciting progress. We did our first big side quest in Alumaru Village, aka Gorgo Village. We exposed the corrupt mayor Jilala and reunited the lovers Guru Guru and Surasura. And we're mostly just rewarded with having done the right thing and experience gained along the way and lots of treasures picked up. But we did ultimately end up with this special orb that we got. We actually gave the orb back to Guru Guru and Surasura because it was the orb that Jilala framed Guru Guru for destroying, but it was a fake. And that orb represented the Gorgo tribe's relationship with Jabral kingdom, which was like a very important symbol. But we restored that. But then they ended up giving it back to us when we went and revisited them, which was interesting. That was a week ago today. And then we ended up here in Baroi Town, this underground robot bunker place, and learned a lot of cool things here. Everything ancient in this game is high technology. And a lot of the stuff here and these guys all have the same symbol on them as Nene's stuff. So there's a connection between Nene and the ancients. It seems like we're supposed to suspect that he is like the last living ancient and he's trying to like restore his power or like cling to life or something. But we learned a bunch of stuff here from these robots who have been around for like 10,000 years or something like that. Maybe even more. And the other interesting part about this is that I thought all of this was more side content. The stuff at Alumaru was side content for sure. And then after that, I was like, okay, now we're supposed to go to the ancient ruins, which is this like early game area that we would be revisiting for the first time. But then we found the laser field and I was like, oh, this is interesting. And we wandered through there, and then we ended up in Baroi Town, and I was like, wow, there's just so much side content happening. But once we got done with the Baroi Town events, I realized, oh, this isn't side content. We actually needed to come here. So it was very serendipitous that we did it all. I'll come back to that in a minute, but let's see here. Last week, we went to this temple that's here in Baroi, and we met a robot named 61, who was very friendly. He tells us that the Mecha Robo's master left 10,000 years ago, and they're just waiting for the new master to show up. They're just assuming that he will. And the party's kind of like, that's kind of a long time to wait. You sure he's coming? And then this other mean robot named 35 yells at 61 for letting us into the temple. He kicks us out. And then Shu is just like, I'm going to rename you guys because I'm the protagonist of this story. So now they're named Yasato and Hineto, which is some kind of Japanese wordplay. Yasato is 61, the nice one, which is based off the Japanese word for nice, yasashi. And I'm assuming Hineto for 35 is based off of a word for someone who is, you know, not nice or curmudgeonly or something, but I don't know what word it's based off of. And then Hineto says that he's going to report us to number 1. So there is a robot number 1. All these robots have numbers, and it seems to indicate the order in which they were produced. So presumably number 1 is the oldest robot, and some kind of perceived leader. And then Shu has this nice moment where he's like, oh, well, I think you guys are cool on your own. You guys being the robots. You guys are cool. You guys are doing your own thing. Who says you need a master? You know, just like worry about friends, which was like a very like wholesome, innocent kind of incomplete sentiment, but it was still a nice sentiment. And then we went down into the temple basement and fought this fiery robot horse that was guarding the controls of this giant magical machine. And they were like, oh, you can't mess with this magical machine. I know you think you're going to mess with this magical machine, but only the master can, because the master can use magic. And we're like, well, we can use magic. Maybe we can use the machine. So we beat up the fiery robot horse. We touch the device. Jiro's super smart. He figures out how it works immediately and intuitively. And then we obtain the blue device. Very generically named, but very important device. That allows us to remove the blue barriers that we had been seeing across the whole game. They mostly surround treasure chests, but sometimes they were in doorways as well. So as soon as we got kind of done with the lore dump story stuff that was happening here, we immediately started warping around the world to round up all these blue treasures. So we went to the wilderness camp, we went back to the drill machine, we re-explored the ancient hospital, the forest of the dead, you know, all these like early dungeons before I started writing down exactly where stuff was. And picked up some items, made notes of some differently colored barriers that we'll have to backtrack for again later on, because presumably there's a green device, a red device, a white device, and a black device to remove the barriers of those respective colors that we've seen so far. And while we were out and about, we stumbled upon some other side quests, specifically in Jabral, when we went to go and cash in our nothings with the Nothing Man. There's a girl named Meg, I think, who was hanging out by the save point, and she's like, hey, there's some new gossip over at Cafe Jabral. You want to go there? And we were like, okay. So it seems like Cafe Jabral is going to be this like dynamic hub of side quests. So we went there. We'd been there before, but when we went there again, there was a different spread of NPCs and they had different dialogue. And one of them actually led us to a side quest where we went to the vase shop and got a Jabral vase that was super hot and popular. We took it to the Devi tribe in Lago. By the time we got there, it wasn't popular anymore, but they still accepted it and felt bad for us, and then we got a reward. So that was a funny little tangent. We got another thread about the empty house in Jabral, maybe trying to find some tenants for it. And then we also got to pick up a big treasure hoard in Jabral in the Gorgo house that we got kicked out of previously. Those were apparently Jilala's cronies, so they weren't there anymore, and the Gorgo that were there thanked us for helping expose him, and we got to take in this big haul of treasure. And that kind of felt like our tangible endpoint reward for the whole Alumaru side quest. But it's interesting that they didn't remind us or specifically point out that we would be able to get those things. So that was kind of cool that we just happened to stumble upon it, because I had forgotten about that already. And once we finished rounding everything up, we came back here and we went through the blue barriers that we opened up, and there's this dungeon called the Underground River that looks to be our next story point. But I find myself at a bit of a crossroads here, because I know that I can warp back to Talta and access the ancient ruins now, because there was a blue barrier preventing me from getting in, so now I can get in there. And it seems like the Underground River is going to lead us to the ancient ruins, potentially. But I'm wondering what will happen if I just go there from the other direction. You know, well, we kind of already have this idea that there are these different zones of the ancient ruins, so maybe there's like different stuff that I can access near Talta versus what I'll be able to access after I go through the Underground River. So I kind of want to warp over to Talta and scope it out before we get into this Underground River section and see what I can sniff out, you know, see if I can get a sense of like, where am I supposed to be going? So, it's time to run an ad. I'm going to do that really quick. You're going to see Smash Bros. We're on our final matchup of Samus versus Fox. Fox is dominating, of course. And I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes while I go run and grab a snack and check on the little guy. Thanks for being here, folks. Gameplay after this.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Fox.
All right, I am return. Fox wins, of course. If Samus wins any of these, I'll be shocked. The CPU Samus goes after the big charged up ball so often, and I've already seen Fox reflect one for a kill once already, so who knows how many times he's done it in the matchups that I haven't watched. Okay. Back to the game. Back to Baroy Town. So yeah, what I think I want to do is warp to Talta and go poke around in the ancient ruins. I have a feeling... Nima, come here. Nima. Come here. Lay down. We have a little bit of drama happening when the puppies are eating. Nima, for some reason, has just, like, more of an appetite than she used to, which is a very strange behavior for a dog of her age, to have, like, a jump, like a leap forward in appetite at her age. Very, very odd. I've never encountered that before. Yeah, what's up, Draconics? Welcome in. How you doing? And she's like displayed some aggressive behavior towards Gobi during mealtime, to the effect of like, "Hey, I'm gonna eat some of your food," you know, which is obviously not cool. And so Gobi has been a little bit gun shy at mealtime, because she's like, it took us a little while to figure it out, because she would, like, you know, she's a very food motivated hungry girl, and she would like stop eating and like look over and like look at us, and like her tail is tucked. And so we were like, oh, is Gobi just like trying to tell us that she doesn't need as much food and we're overfeeding her? That's odd. You know, what's up with that? Let's see, where were the ancient ruins? I think it's over here. We'll find out very quickly. This seems right, though. Yeah, this is it. Perfect. So we have to like monitor them we have to monitor the puppies at mealtime now. Boom, now I can get in. Oh, that's so satisfying. So I have a sneaking suspicion that this is going to lead me to the early area. Oh, cutscene. Or the game just crashed. Okay. Oh my god, it's a giant poo snake. It's like a poo snake dragon. Okay. Well, we'll give them a wide berth. The time game they showed at the showcase looked great. Oh yeah, Elliot. Yeah. Had you not seen that game before, Draconics? That was a good chunk of it that we hadn't seen before, which was cool, but they actually revealed that game at a previous direct. Yeah, that's the new Team Asano game from the Octopath and Bravely team. It does look cool. I definitely have my eye on it. It is something that I will probably buy and maybe take, you know, a decade to get around to and play. And I didn't realize, actually, I don't think they really showed in the reveal how much the gameplay loop was related to different periods of time. I do think that is a pretty neat idea. But it's cool that they're trying out something a little bit different. They're doing an action RPG with a single character rather than a party-driven turn-based RPG like they did with Bravely and Octopath. And And I certainly like the party-driven turn-based RPG more than the action RPG. Yeah, this is the exact same save point. Holy smokes. Okay, so I was dead right. This is the exact area that we got to at the beginning of the game where these treasures were. So I'm really glad that I came here. I think this is going to be like its own like cordoned off zone of the ancient ruins that's probably not related to the rest of the ancient ruins. We'll see if we're going to test that theory. So here's our first blue chest. The belly button ring of fire. Is that what Johnny Cash had in mind? So this is the ancient ruins. We'll call this early hub. That'll be the name of this area for my notes. And this was a blue chest. And we got the belly button ring of fire. It's like a Wheel of Fortune before and after. You liked the look of the Bomberman collection? Yeah, that was cool to see. At this point, I'd honestly rather them re-release Bomberman games than make new ones. Because they haven't really shown that they can do a good job with a new modern Bomberman game. I like a lot of the old Bomberman games that I've played, but they can get really, really frustrating and tedious. So I don't know if I'll buy that collection, but it's really cool that they're making it available because like more of those games in the collection than not have never been released before. So that's cool. But the other ones, even the ones that had been re-released, were pretty inaccessible. So it's a good choice for a collection. It's not like something that like everyone's clamoring for, certainly. I'm sure there were a lot of people who were like, no one asked for this, you know, classic Nintendo Direct chat message. Who asked for this? You know, ZZZZZ in the chat. But I think it's pretty cool. Especially if it's like a $39.99 kind of game, you know? Like $40 for like 7 Bomberman games. If it's a $70 game, that kind of blows. I don't think it's worth that. But still cool that they're being re-released and collected. Or released for the first time in a lot of their cases. I would really like to see them do a collection for the N64 Bomberman games. Or just put them on NSO, I guess. Is probably what they would do. And not do a collection. Because I have Bomberman 64, but there's 2 other Bomberman games for the N64 that did release in the US, but they're very expensive. Bomberman Hero and Bomberman Second Attack. And I think there's another one. I think there's a 4th Bomberman game on the N64 that was Japan only, if I recall correctly. But I'd have to look that up again. And that's the chest that I opened up before? Or no, that's a different chest. Okay, hold on. Man, I'm pretty pretty happy with myself for just guessing exactly what was going on with this area. It's a separate area of the ancient ruins that we were in at the beginning of the game that has some stuff in it, and it's not going to connect to the larger oeuvre of the ancient ruins. And it looks like this giant poo snake is going to be an optional boss, so I'm saving it for last. There is a save point in here too, so I'll hit that before we fight it. Stone necklace. And I think some of this stuff, like some of these items, we probably could have gotten before leaving here the first time, but I didn't realize what was happening quickly enough, because once we defeated all the enemies here, we got pulled into a cutscene and then we left. So I think if we would have delayed a little bit longer, the non-sealed chests we probably could have gotten. But we obviously weren't missing out on much with a stone necklace. Okay, let's restore Jiro's MP. We bought a big stack of magical medicine just for this. And then we'll drop a fresh save here. This is going to be slot 3. But yeah, it was a pretty solid little partner showcase. Like, for a partner showcase, it was pretty stacked, I think. I'm glad I didn't wake up at 8 a.m. to watch it live. It would have been fun, but I think I had just as much fun watching it at 11 a.m. Not live. Plus, it's a little less stressful for, like, note-taking, because I like to post all the headlines in the Discord for folks who don't watch it. And if it's not live, I can just pause it to write down titles and release dates and whatnot. Okay, I'm not really scared of whatever this thing's going to be. It's probably going to be pretty easy, but we'll see. Jumbo Poo. What a name. He's jiggly. Okay, I'm really glad Kluk's going first here. Because these poo snakes on the ground are just gonna die. We're gonna just throw out a grounda here. I've been making some really good progress in Bravely Second as well. Alright, yeah, we'll get rid of these minions here so we can just focus on the boss. 184 damage. Holy moly, he's strong. Definitely gonna steal from you. If RPGs have taught me anything about stealing, you always steal from an optional boss. I really don't like the placement of this Jumbo Poo's mouth, or second mouth, or whatever we want to call that. It's really unfortunate where that is. Alright, we're going to do a Gila on Zola, not just for the rhyme. But yeah, a really cool thing happened in the story of Bravely Second that has, like, brought about a new phase of the game. I want to intentionally be vague about it because of spoilers, because it was a very, very cool moment. Very, very cool and original story moment that I've never quite seen done in a game before, and I certainly would not have wanted it spoiled for me. But basically it's opened up a bunch more, like, completionist type stuff. Alright, let's see what the compendium says about this. Has a vicious mind, yet is timid as a rabbit in front of calm water. Okay, so hit it with water. Maybe it'll turn soggy. Try stealing again. Ultra medicine, nice. Putrefaction gas, what a name. The way his neck is, like, off-center. Holy moly, that's a lot of damage. This thing is really strong. Okay, we need a Zephyr here. Actually, Zephyra. 100%. We got hit with status on that as well. So on Kluk's next turn, we're going to use Watera. So I think Dizzy just gives me a chance to miss. Actually, let's hit him with a Watera sword, just in case we get a good effect off of that right before his action. Okay, somebody might die from this. This is really powerful. Yeah, Kluk didn't make it, which is really unfortunate. We can have Jiro do double item to bring her back. But we could really use a Zephyra on top of that. If he uses Putrefaction Gas again, we might just lose the battle. Okay, single target attack. Glad he didn't do that on Jiro. So, Phoenix Talon, Kluk, and then 100 HP to all. Might be worth it. It doesn't really get everybody out of kill range, but this is a tough call. If only I could do an item and a spell instead of an item and an item. What I could do... Actually, yeah, let's just do this. I'm gonna have Jiro revive both characters that are down. And then I'm actually gonna throw away Shu and Zola's turns to also heal. So we're gonna use 2 of these Grand Light Crystals to get 200 HP back on everybody. And kind of get back on the front foot here. Yeah, we could just scout this fight and then redo it, but I don't think we need to do that. Let's see what happens if we get this pile of poo wet. 27? Well, that sucked. And Kluk died again. Wow. Okay, well, let's bring back Kluk, and then we can do a Zephyra. Oh, and she gets her turn right away. That's nice. What was the purpose of that hint? It was like, it's scared in the face of calm water. Like, what am I supposed to intuit from that other than use water on it? But it seems like it actually has a high resistance to magic. Let me just hit it with Grounda again, because I think Grounda did like 200 something at the beginning of the battle. Maybe I was just looking at the other guys. Oh, it did 50. Okay, so yeah, this thing just has really high magic defense. Oh, crap. He's silenced. I forgot that that's what the symbol for silence is. We're gonna have to use another one of these Grand Light Crystals to try to get out of kill range. Or actually, I could just do it twice again. This kind of sucks, though. Using 4 of the 5 of these we've accumulated throughout the entire playthrough in one fight. Try to get a tiny little charge here. Do I have an item that gets rid of silence? I have an item that removes all status ailments, and that's it. Man, status is really powerful in this game. It's pretty easy to inflict, and it's not easy to get rid of. Very rare. Oh, he's doing it again. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to, like, when he uses this. Let's see, I can charge this up quite a bit. Okay, I need to get rid of... we're in trouble here. Let me try speeding up Jiro. Oh wait, support magic. And maybe this will hit everybody. And then if my plan goes correctly, I need Jiro not to be silenced. So we're going to use this cure-all on him. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, 9% wasn't enough. Oh, okay, maybe this isn't an AoE? Hog. Okay, that was exactly what we needed. Doesn't look like that poisoned me, so that's good. It seems like something that would have had a chance to. Let's charge this all the way up, just in case he counters or something. Plus we want damage. And then here's our big Zephyra. Nope. That we need so bad. Boy, the number of times that this D-pad has betrayed me. I'm actually tempted to use the compendium on this thing again to see if it gives me a different piece of information. No, it's not like... It's not the age or the condition of the controller. It's just the nature of the controller. The Xbox 360 D-pad is just that bad. It's really easy to hit like a diagonal or even an adjacent direction when you're trying to hit just one because of how it's constructed. It's not a true D-pad. It's like a D-pad shaped piece of plastic on top of a joystick. Just kind of taking a look at what I have here. See if there's... I don't know what to do with her turn here. Yeah, mushy is a great way to describe it. It's pretty awful. You have to be very precise. I'm very spoiled on D-pads when it comes to RPGs because I'm usually using like either a Super Nintendo D-pad or a PS2 D-pad, which are very, very accurate, and I can do lots of like really quick menuing. So I'm like, or the 3DS, I guess. So I'm used to like very quick, precise menuing when I'm playing RPGs. Because those are usually the two controllers that I'm using for RPGs or games with a lot of menuing, is either Super Nintendo, PS2, or a DS, 3DS, and those are all great D-pads. I could use the joystick for these menus, but it feels even worse than the D-pad to me. Like, I naturally, when I play an RPG that has joystick movement for the character and a D-pad, I just instinctively go to the D-pad when I go into the menu. That's what I want. Alright, I guess I'm gonna try to hit this thing with water again. Maybe I need a sweet spot water. Maybe I need a single water instead of a watera. Maybe it needs to hit him multiple times. I don't know. But I need this Zephyra to be huge. Okay, good. That should get everybody out of kill range. Okay, good. He's doing single target again. That's also huge. I think if this thing is this powerful, it must not have that much HP. Oh, I should have charged that up all the way. Shoot. I'm going to use her turn here to actually use a Mega Medicine. on Zola, because she's the only one that's like kind of in kill range here. And Zola's attack is also not doing very much, so I'm going to have her use a healing item. Let's use a regular light crystal for a little bit of a top off. And let's fully charge this. I need Maro and Shu to just do fully charged attacks. Okay, great. We got a regular attack there. That's excellent. We got a counter attack. We can only proc the counter attack on his regular attacks, so we really like when he does that. We're going to fully charge this. I'm going to do a regular Zephyr here, because we're actually in pretty good shape. And I'll charge it up just a little bit. I'm glad we came here first, instead of coming here after. Oh my god! 432 on a critical. Holy moly. We'll do an item heal here. Good thing we were fully healed for that, otherwise we definitely would have died. We'll do Ultra Medicine on Shu here. Jiro's next turn isn't until after the boss, so... it's kind of the name of the game here. We're just going to turn Kluk and Zola into item healers. I think that's the way that we find a way through this. Yeah, I thought he was dead for sure, too. But I forgot how much our max HP has gone up, so we lucked out there. Okay, and we're going to fully charge this no matter what. Okay, another single target attack. Fantastic. Okay, we actually look really good on health here. So I'm just going to do Heala on Zola. I'll take what charge I can get. And still be instant. She should be near full. She's definitely out of kill range. Unless he crits again. Okay, can we get a counter? No. We'll do an item heal on Maro here. But I could do it with Zola if there's a spell that I want to do. Do we want to go for like a status? Lowering his accuracy is an interesting idea. He's not really that fast, so I don't really care about lowering his speed. Increasing my speed doesn't really do much. I doubt he's going to go to sleep. I doubt he's going to get dizzy. Poison, maybe. Let's try lowering his accuracy. Let's see if we can pull this off. We got the sweet spot. I'm assuming that increases my odds, but maybe it doesn't. And then we're going to do an item heal here. Mega Medicine on Maro. An MM on MM, if you will. Why is the camera panned over there? That was so weird. Okay, it didn't work. It said guard. Which I do appreciate seeing versus miss. Alright, fully charged, no matter what. This is the only damage that we're doing, basically. Time for another Heala on Zola. Fully charged attack. Please counter, please counter. Yes! And he's dead! Alright. We made it through. And nobody was dead, which is very important. 20 SP. That's a huge reward. We usually get like 2 to 6. And what were you guarding? Ancient Warrior's Ring. Oh, and a cutscene. Wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. What is that? That looks like a metal version of the same boss that we just fought. Which my Dragon Quest brain tells me is very, very hard to fight. But extremely high yield. Okay, let me heal and save. I'm assuming that this thing is like a super boss, basically. And we won't be able to do anything to it, but I kind of just want to see. So let's just like top off a little bit. Also, I'm going to look at that thing's entry in the compendium and see if I can learn more, and maybe that'll be helpful in the metal fight. Boy, these get used up quick, don't they? Okay. That's fine for MP. Let's save again. This will be slot 4. I forgot to write down the previous saves. So, both in the Ancient Ruins. Slot 3 was before... what was that thing called? King Pooh? Giant Pooh? Well, we're going to find out in just a second, actually. Because we're going to look at the compendium. Items... Encyclopedia. Monster record. Magic monster? No. All? I hate that these aren't in, like, any kind of order. Jumbo Poo, that's what it was. Before, Jumbo Poo... And then slot 4 is after Jumbo Poo. Gigantic Poo created when a bunch of poo snakes unite. Their special attacks are focused solely on escalating the stink factor. Okay. Thanks a lot. King Poo is a good name, right? Majin Poo, because it's like a big pink squishy thing, and it's Toriyama. Okay, let's see what the heck is going on with this thing. It says regular music and not boss music, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Corrosive Poo. Not the name I was expecting. Let's just see what happens here. It's slow. We get to go first. That's something. So Wall is a physical attack, and Walla is a magical attack. Interesting. But they're both front row only. And then Resist and Resista are also just different statuses. One's Poison and Sleep, and one is Panic and Paralyze. Very interesting. But then Shell and Shella are the same description, and then Shield and Shielda. So Shield, like, reduces damage. Shell reduces damage. One's for physical, one's for magic. But then Wall is just, you get one free hit for 0. And Heal Up is such an interesting spell. This seems like something that should be a passive skill or an item rather than a spell. Like using a turn with your healer to increase healing potency and then heal the next turn. It requires a lot of planning and big brain. We also have Reflect, which is interesting. Let me try... Let's see, who has the least health? Zola? So let me try just fully charging this. Yep, to get the full front row covered. We're going to steal for sure. Miss. What's up, Smashy? How are you? Alright, let's scan this thing. Corrosive Poo. Counterattacks with acid breath when attacked with magic. Now there is a tangible and self-evident hint. Okay, so use physical attacks only. Trample. That doesn't sound good. Thank you for Heya. Okay, 293. We can handle that. We get to counter, and we criticaled. That's awesome. Fully charged. 360 is the only way to play this, right? I think so. I don't think there's a PC port of this. Obviously, you could emulate it. But yeah, it wasn't released on any other consoles. Steel missed again. You gotta have something. We're actually doing more damage to this thing than... I actually, you can play this on a newer Xbox console, now that I think about it. I remember somebody, I think B, was saying, yeah, B's playing Lost Odyssey right now, another 360 RPG created by Mistwalker. And I believe that this game was on sale for like $7 on the Xbox Marketplace or whatever. If you have a newer Xbox, you could just download it. Another Ultra Medicine. Alright, we'll take it. So don't hit this thing with magic, which means Kluk is pretty useless. Oh, I didn't mean to hit defend. Whoops. Can't go back. That's okay. Let's try to stay on top of these buffs here. So we did wall up front. I don't think we're going to need Walla. I don't think this thing is going to use magic. But let's just double up. Oh, this can hit the back row. Okay, great. So let's do this on Kluk because she's in the center, and then maybe it'll just like radiate around as we charge it. I don't know. Maybe it's only going to hit the back row. That's kind of what it looked like. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on Morrow. Oh, I hate the Xbox naming convention with a fiery passion, Zem. I actually was mostly a very anti Xbox brand person for the entirety of my gaming career, which is why it's very odd that I ended up buying a 360 last year, but I just kind of like caved in and you know, didn't care anymore. Let's see, let's do an item heal here on Morrow. Yeah, I swore for probably close to 2 decades that I would never buy an Xbox console, and I don't have that like fiery resistance in me anymore. But there's also just like no exclusive franchises or even like exclusive games really in the Xbox family that I could even like begin to care about enough to think about buying a console. I've always, I'm sure this would piss off some people, maybe not anybody in this chat, but I've always thought Xbox was like the normie brand, you know? Whereas like Sony and Nintendo are for like gamers. And I still feel that way, but there are like 5 games on this, you know, 20-year-old console that I want to play on a console and not on an emulator or a computer. So now that it's really, really cheap to collect for, I did end up finally pulling the trigger. And I am glad that I did and that I'm playing this game. But it definitely wasn't enough to motivate me back in the, you know, 2010s. I need this to go off right away. Used to be the same way, but they changed your mind with the consumer-friendly policies. Are you referring to, like, Game Pass, or... I do know that a lot of indie developers really like working with Xbox, which is cool to hear that they're trying to remove barriers there and attract indie devs. I think that's a good idea. I think that's great. Do we want to try one of these? I don't really need to do an item heal right here, so I feel like I should try one of these, but I'm trying to think which one would be the most advantageous to try. Let me just do quick, because I know I can hit the whole party with this if I charge it all the way up. Xbox emulation is terrible, so you understand. I mean, I'm not an anti-emulation person from like morality or principles, but I am anti-emulation as in like it's not my preference. I don't like playing on an emulator. I don't want to play on a computer screen with like a controller adapter and like settings that I need to tweak and like plugins and, you know, DLL files that need to be run and like drivers that, like, I hate all of that. I despise everything about what I just said. I want to put a thing in a thing and press a button and it goes, you know, and the controller knows how to talk to the machine because it's made for the machine and there's no input delay, you know, like that's the experience that I want to have. I think emulation is great for accessibility and preservation, but it is not my preferred way to play video games. I want to play on a box, a separate box whenever possible. So I wouldn't have even like considered emulating these games as a way to circumvent their, you know, otherwise lack of availability. To me, it's like, oh, well, if I don't have an Xbox, these games don't exist. Because I would literally never play them, even on like Steam, much less an emulator. Because that's just how curmudgeonly I am. Nice. Okay, we need to put up another barrier because everybody's has been used up now. All right, fully charged attack from Maro here. What's up, Manu? Welcome in. Wow, I missed the full charge there. That's embarrassing. Yeah, I knew what you meant, Zim. Yeah, I'm sure it is a mess. I know, like, even like the most new cutting-edge PCs have trouble emulating stuff like PS2, which is kind of fascinating and funny. Once again, we don't need to do an item heal here. Let's try poisoning this thing. Chip damage would be nice. You do like a good Game Boy game on your phone because they're similar handheld styles. I think that's like getting closer to something that I could be interested in, but the lack of physical buttons is like still an immediate out for me. But obviously, you know, not for other people. I like resistive touchscreens a lot, but I really don't like capacitive touchscreens at all. Like, obviously I am forced to contend with them because I am a cell phone user, and all phones use them. You know, buttons are... The era of buttons is gone. But if I had my choice for a game, I would definitely want a resistive touchscreen, like on the DS, where it is kind of like a button everywhere you touch it. And I can feel when I'm touching the screen, you know, if that makes sense. And I can like feel where I'm touching.
You don't understand.
Okay, guard against poison, as I would have thought. Yeah, that was actual footage of me trying to use a capacitive touchscreen. Thank you, Smashy. Yo, what's up, Dreambound? Welcome in. Yeah, this fight does seem easier, Draconics, and I think it is just the lack of the AoE. This guy is technically stronger, but, okay, I'm actually gonna wait until his next turn to revive. It'll make more sense. I'll just wait till Jiro's next turn. Do we want to try another Status, or do we want to just like stack some quick? I don't know. I really don't know what to do with Kluk's turns here. I'm just gonna click defend again. Okay, we're gonna go double item here. Because we still don't have a revive spell, right? Oh, we do have a revive spell. I don't remember how much HP this restores, though. I do love me a good button. I like feeling it and the solid clicking sound. Yeah, me too, Manu. I'm a simple man, you know? We talk about telegraphing a lot on this stream as it pertains to, like, game designers trying to create a instinctive, natural way for the player to know what's expected of them or what they can do, what they can interact with. And I feel like the clicking of a, you know, the pressing of a button and knowing that that button has been pressed and knowing that you have released the button, just like the tactile nature of a controller is telegraphing, you know, and there's a lack of that when you have a touchscreen interface. You know, the only telegraphing is visual, you know, where your finger is in relation to the picture of the button, and maybe the button has an animation of it like going down, you know, but sometimes the buttons are smaller than your fingertip and you're like, you know, kind of guessing a little bit. You know, and maybe there's like a haptic feedback, like a little on the phone to like let you know that you've pressed the button. That's great. But it's still not the same as pressing an actual button. Especially when you have stuff that's like pressure sensitive or like holding a button while doing something, you know, like that doesn't work on a capacitive touchscreen. I don't care what anybody says. That just doesn't work. I know it's been done. I know it's attempted, but if you ask me, it doesn't work. Not like you can't do it, but like it's never going to feel good, is what I mean by it doesn't work. You need our thoughts on something that's troubling you. Okay, Dreambound, how serious are we getting here? Fire away. Yeah, we're just gonna attack here. Missed the giant big green A button on the N64 controller. Not as giant as the giant A button on the GameCube controller. And actually the A button on an N64 controller is blue. So maybe you are thinking of a GameCube controller. Sure, why not? We'll see if this thing goes to sleep. I bet it won't. But if it does, I can try to, like, set something up. I want to get that barrier back on my front row. You are thinking of a GameCube controller? You might have lost your edge. It's okay. Alright, we'll fully charge this to push the turn order back. Now, I want to get Shu up, but I also need to heal Morrow. Dang it. Well, the best thing I can do is get Shu up here. I'm so glad that it allows me to use the healing item on the character who's dead. That's a very important mechanic that should not be oversighted. Okay, don't kill Morrow. Don't kill Morrow. Okay, good. Nice counter. Oh, and he's dead! Wow, okay, we got him. Possible Super Boss number 2 defeated. 30 SP for killing this thing. Wow. Look at those rank ups. Holy moly. I'm goated. Just like JW. Look at him just tossing out those hits. What you gonna do? Thank you, Manu. That alert doesn't get redeemed enough. Speaking of controllers, C buttons on an analog stick or C buttons on the side? I'm not even gonna dignify that that question with an answer, Draconics. You know the answer to that question. Yeah, I don't even need to follow up with that. Okay, we just got a bunch of rank ups for Generalist, which is awesome. We're bum rushing Generalist with everybody literally until we max it out. Oh, you're talking to chat. Okay, my bad. Did I come at you too hard there, Draconics? Wait. Oh, okay. I think I screwed up the last time that I saved. And I saved in the same save slot. So my two... Yeah, okay. So now we're going to save in slot 4. And then this is after... Another one. Thank you, Smashy. That Manu character sure has lost their edge regarding game controllers. You would not believe what they said recently regarding 65 and GameCube controllers. 65? Oh, did you hit the character limit, Dreambound? Oh man, we are getting serious. Oh, we're talking IRL stuff. Okay, give me just a second to save the game here, because I haven't actually done it. And then I'm going to look at this. I will heal when I get somewhere where I can, like, sleep. Oh, I guess I can just warp from here, huh? Ooh, Manu, the finance and banking major. Okay. Look at that. All right, I'm so glad that we came here. No worries, Dreambound. You asked for permission. And I think this is a fairly reasonable subject. You know, you're not bringing up some, like, controversial topic or anything like that. Okay, now we're gonna go back to Baroy Town. Okay, I'm reading. Okay, I'm gonna find somewhere to sleep and heal. I believe it's this building? Nope. Oh. I'm disoriented. It's this building. $9 a gallon. Holy moly. Alright, now I'm healed. Yeah, same here, Dreambound. I don't think anything ill or less of streamers that use their platform to raise awareness and discuss, like, current events and, like, complicated issues. I think it's actually really nice when people can do that well. And I think it's commendable to broach those topics in a space where you don't know everybody and you might end up with some uncomfy discussions, but maybe they can lead to some good outcomes if you navigate them well. But for me personally, I spend so much time outside of stream engaging with stuff like that, that I too come here to get away from it, you know. And like I don't necessarily, like, I'm not necessarily going to shut down current events conversations in my chat if they come up, but you know, that's why it's in my my stream rules as like, bring them up at your own risk, because depending on the topic that you bring up and like my mood, you know, it might not go well. We got a Kellalon. He's running away from me. I wonder if this means like I should chase him and fight him because he like gives me stuff. Oh, hello there, Snake. Let's fight you on my own terms. Alright, mow down. Let's get a sense of how strong these are. Okay, they're not that strong. Oh yeah, I need to look at my generalist hearts. I was going to do that after the last battle. Oh, are you going to turn me into a Kellalon? It missed. Okay. It wasn't showing Zola, so I was trying to like... I like instinctively grabbed the right stick and tried to pan the camera, but obviously that didn't work. Okay, so I'm trying to think about this on your behalf, Dreambound. I'm trying to distill this down to like, what are the options here? And it sounds like your options are like, it sounds like you're seeing the options as buy a new car or fix the car that you have. And I'm trying to think if maybe there are like third or fourth options. We're about to get hit with an ad, so I need to run that really quick. Let me look at something really quick though before I do. Generalist max rank is 36. So we still have quite a ways to go, even though 26 is a very high number. And everybody's like kind of in the same range. Kluk is a little bit behind because she hasn't been one for as long. Let me look at how many hearts I have. Basically, I want to look at how many generalist hearts that I have and divide it by 5, right? So we have 9 of them. So if we got one more generalist heart, that would basically mean we could stop everybody's generalist climb at 34, right? And then we could use the generalist hearts to get those last 2 ranks on everybody. That's kind of how I'm thinking about this. I'm assuming that the game will probably force me to switch into something else before I can max out generalist with everybody. But that's kind of like the larger overarching goal, is to max out generalist with everybody and then focus on other classes, you know, in between or afterwards. Maybe we'll see Toripo again soon, because we do have a somewhat decent repository of medals. And we said that the next time that we saw him, we were going to focus on just buying the generalist hearts and nothing else. And I still like that idea. I'm going to try to go back to my notes from when we first met Toripo. This is where my pink marker comes in handy. I write a character's name in pink the first time we meet them. Here we go. Toripo will be at Aurora Ruins next. Now, that's not true. We've seen him in 2 other locations since the first time we saw him, but he said maybe I'll see you at Aurora Ruins. Now, we did just learn about Auroras, so we may end up there pretty soon. That's a good sign. All right, we're about to get hit with this ad. Thank you, Twitch and Saribot, for actually reminding me the way that you're supposed to. I wish you did that every single time. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, folks. Thanks for being here. We're gonna do a charity check-in after this ad break, actually.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! Five, four, 3, 2, 1. Time up. This game's winner is Fox.
All right, that's another one for Fox. 4-0. Not a surprise at all. Fox has now moved up to an 8.1 average, headed back towards that stratospheric score that he had before this temporary 0 weighed him down. Doodle-da-doo. Doodle-da-doo. 7 more rounds to go before we're all done with the Super Ads Bros, quote-unquote, regular season. I will plan a separate stream for the final tournament, but it's not going to be right away. We will start Mario ads next week. And maybe we'll do, I want to do, I'm pretty confident I want to do the Ads Bros tournament stream on a separate day and not on a normal stream day. So it'd be like a bonus stream and maybe like a short-ish stream. So I will announce it once I figure out when it's going to be. We're going to do a charity check-in here in the middle of the stream since we didn't do one at the top of the stream. And I was right. More of you are here now. So we're going to talk a little bit about what's coming up in a few weeks here. I'm going to be doing a charity marathon of speed gaming and challenge runs to raise money for the American Heart Association. I did this last February, if you were here for it. It's going to be a similar format, but all different games and incentives, but the same cause. And with a similar team of streamers, some of the same people will be returning. We have some new people joining the stream team as well. Let's look at the schedule first. The first day of the marathon is Monday, February 16th. So mark that day on your calendars. I'm going to be starting with an N64 game that's very special to me. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Loved that game as a kid because Star Wars is cool. But I have a special appreciation for it now that I've actually read the Shadows of the Empire book. And I can kind of like relate back how the events of the game relate to the events of the book, because they're not the same story, it's like a larger part of one story. What happens in the game isn't covered in the book. Like the character that you play as in Shadows of the Empire is kind of like a side character in the book. And so by playing the video game, you get to kind of see what the character was up to when they weren't showing up in the book, which is really cool. But I haven't replayed the game since reading the book, and I wanted to replay the game really bad right after I finished the book, which was like a year and a half ago. And now I finally get to touch it again. I'm excited about that. On Tuesday of the marathon, another N64 game that is very cool and special to me, Yoshi's Story. I have never beaten all the levels in this game, so it would be cool if we could get to that point. But we don't have to. You only need to beat 6 levels in this game in order to beat the game, which I have done before. Vaughn and I actually played Yoshi's Story on YouTube back in the day. And we thought it was going to be this like fun, cozy, long series, and then we beat the game in one day, and we were like, what? The game's over? This is wild. It has a very odd structure. On Wednesday, I'm going to be doing an any percent speed run of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX for the Game Boy Color. I'll be playing it on the GameCube Game Boy player with a Super Nintendo controller. I've been practicing that one, going through the route that I've written for myself, making sure my notes make sense to me and I can actually do what I need to do. I haven't completed my first practice run yet, but I'm in the middle of it. That's been fun so far. I've never learned this game in that kind of a way before. But no like major glitches or anything like that. We're going to do all the dungeons in the game, but skip just about all of the side content. That's about a 2-hour speed run if you're really good at the game. So I feel really good about my ability to finish it in 5 hours. All of these streams are 5 hours. Same time as I normally stream, 3 to 8 US Central. They will be, pretty firm hard stops at 8. None of these games are like extendable to like longer like we did last year. So more on that in a moment. On Thursday, another any percent speed run of a Game Boy Color game, Pokemon Silver. We did Pokemon Blue last year, and that was really fun. I just kind of YOLO'd an any percent speed run with notes. Even though I never did a practice run, I was just super familiar with Pokemon Blue and kind of like leaned on that, and it went really well. It was super fun. And now I want to try to do Silver. That's kind of like the big finale grand day. It's the most involved. It's got the most meat and potatoes. It's got the most meat on the bone as far as game content. It's got the most up for grabs as far as rewards, which I'll explain in a minute. And then the encore stream, if we reach a certain milestone of total dollars raised, will be on Friday of a casual play of Chrono Trigger on Super Nintendo, which I've never played the Super Nintendo version. I've never replayed Chrono Trigger either. I beat it one time on the DS back in like 2011, and it's a game that I'd like to spend more time with. So that's the schedule. The Friday stream only happens if we reach that milestone before the end of the Thursday stream. But the other date you need to mark your calendar for is this coming Monday, in 4 days, February 9th, donations will open. So we're going to open up the donations for this charity marathon 1 week early. So if you want to be the first person to get in on one of these incentives, because all the ones that are in yellow on your screen are like, with the exception of 2 of them, are single quantity, first come, first serve. So if you want to name the Totodile that grows up to be a Feraligatr, that heroes and all-stars the entire Pokemon Silver run, if you want to name that Pokemon, you have to be the first person to redeem that reward. If you show up and somebody else has already claimed it, tough rocks. So if you want to be the first in line for some of these rewards, here's what you need to do. You need to join the Discord, the Backlog Boys Discord, !Discord in chat, or click in the panels down below. You'll get an invite link. Go to the channel that's called Notify, and this is the channel where you'll set up all of your notifications. So for those of you that are already in the Discord, make sure that you've done this as well. I don't use the @everyone tag in my Discord server unless it's like an emergency or a really, really big deal. I will use specific roles that I've created so that people only get the notifications that they want to. There is one role in that Notify channel called News that I only use on Mondays when I post my Monday update, and when there's any kind of like big announcement or life update or whatever in the announcements channel. On Monday morning, on the 9th, when I go to post my Monday update with like my weekly schedule for the week and other little tidbits, that is when the Tiltify donations page will open up and unlock, and I will post the link so that you all can go in there and start fighting over these incentives and trying to be the first there. So if you want to be first in line for any of these incentives that I'm about to explain, that's what you need to do. That covers the schedule. The way that people will participate with their donations is pretty straightforward, but there's some lingo that you need to know. There's basically 3 words that you need to understand the definition of, and those are milestone, reward, and target. This is all language created by Tiltify, which is the platform that makes sure that your money goes directly to the American Heart Association and it doesn't go to me or Twitch or anybody else. We lost our music because the controller went to sleep. Let me turn on the lobby tunes. So you'll land on a Tiltify page. It'll show you in like chronological order what incentives are open and available and all that good stuff, which is great. Incentive is the word used to describe that's like the blanket term. So rewards and targets are both incentives. Milestones are incentives, literally just meaning an incentive for you to donate. Every donation, no matter what you put it towards, or even if you choose not to put it towards anything specific, goes into one big bucket that goes to the American Heart Association. And that big bucket that catches everything is how we measure the milestones. So milestones look at the total amount raised. We'll have a bar on screen. There'll be like a little widget at the bottom of the screen throughout the entire marathon that will show the total amount of donations raised. But then we have all these individual things as well that are day specific, game specific, limited quantity, all that kind of stuff. I have made an incentive tracker graphic that looks like this, that will pop up with a chat command. You'll be able to do exclamation point incentives or rewards or targets, and this will pop up for a few seconds. And each one of these has a red X that will go over it once it's been redeemed. So that you can very quickly graphically reference what's still available. The Tiltify page does a pretty good job of this as well, but this will just be a different way to do that. Links don't work in the chat, Dreambound, so it won't go through. I don't have a thing set up to like permit links quickly, so unfortunately that just won't work. It's not personal. That's just the easiest setting for me to have. These are arranged in order of day as well. So we have Monday, Star Wars, Tuesday, Yoshi, Wednesday, Zelda, and then Thursday, Pokemon is the bottom 2 rows because there's so many for Pokemon. There are no incentives for the Chrono Trigger playthrough. Chrono Trigger is the incentive, if that makes sense. But let's talk about a little bit about what these rewards and targets are. So for the first 2 days, it's pretty straightforward. We're a little bit light on the rewards to try to push everything towards later in the marathon to give people time to be aware of what's happening and how to get in on it. Basically, the premise for the Monday and the Tuesday stream is to extend the game. Now, like I said before, these streams have a fixed length that they can't go over. But if you want to see more content in the games, there are rewards for it. So each of these Monday and Tuesday playthroughs have a $5 reward that will essentially make the game longer. For Star Wars, there's these collectibles called challenge points that are locked behind secret areas, difficult platforming, difficult fights. And if you want to see those types of things, every $5 of this reward claimed, I'll have to collect 1 additional challenge point. So there are 87 in the game. I don't expect all 87 of these rewards to be claimed, resulting in a 100% playthrough. But if you feel so inclined, you can buy more than one of these at a time. You can basically go into Tiltify and like click on stuff and then like check out like a cart kind of thing. If you want to go buy a bunch of these, there's nothing stopping you. There's one reward that has a per person limitation, and we'll talk about it once we clear this board here. Missed opportunity to make Chrono Trigger a bigger incentive. Well, Chrono Trigger is already an incentive. Like I don't want to put a bunch of extra stuff on a Chrono Trigger playthrough because, for one, we're not going to see most of the game in the context of one 5-hour stream. So that's kind of an issue. I mean, yeah, I could do like naming the characters, I guess, but if we don't even reach $1,500, we don't even play that game. So I wouldn't want to lock a bunch of stuff behind, plus like this first 4 days is going to take a lot out of me. And if we happen to reach that $1,500 milestone and play Chrono Trigger, I'm going to want to just like chill and take a victory lap. And, if we run out of rewards on the first 4 days, that would be a great problem to have because there are still plenty of milestones to push towards that we're going to get to in a second. So that's why I chose to do that way, Manu. If I was playing like Chrono Trigger for 5 days, then sure, yeah, we'd do a whole bunch of stuff like that. But, so yeah, Tuesday, you can cash in a $5 reward to add an additional level to the Yoshi's Story playthrough. This is kind of cool because you only need to beat 6 levels to beat Yoshi's Story, but there are 24 levels in the game. So if you literally want the game to last longer, if you want to see more of the game, you can buy additional levels with your donations. There are also 2 secret quote-unquote characters. There's a black Yoshi and a white Yoshi that are hidden in a couple of different places throughout the playthrough, and you can only use them if you find them. And I've never done that before. So those are $25 rewards each. There's technically 3 black Yoshis and 3 white Yoshis, but I just have 1 quantity on the rewards because it would get kind of confusing if I made them 3 quantity. Yoshis are like lives in Yoshi's story. So like when you start a level, you pick which color Yoshi you want to play as. And if you pick like the pink Yoshi and you play through the level and then you die, you'll restart the level, pick a new Yoshi, and you'll be able to pick from all the rest of the Yoshis besides the pink one. Right? So it's like a life and it's like a character, if that makes sense. And I'm assuming the way that the black and white Yoshi work is if like you die while using them, you have to go get them again. But I've never got them before, so I don't know exactly how it works. So that's why those are set up that way. For the Zelda speedrun, very straightforward. You can buy out the file name, which is Link's name. I made it kind of a low price compared to Ocarina of Time's file name last year, which was $50, because this one's going to be on screen a lot less. Because of the nature of Link's Awakening and being able to steal from the shop, our name is going to be Thief for 90% of the playthrough. So we're only going to see that file name for like the first 10 minutes of the run in a couple of text boxes, and then on the title screen every time we save and quit. Which is a lot, but it's not going to be in any like funny context text boxes like the Ocarina of Time might be. So I kept that one kind of priced low because of that. And then the color dungeon is actually our only target for the event. All the rest of these in yellow incentives are rewards, which means they are limited quantity, usually 1 of 1, first come, first serve, single donation incentives. Targets are the opposite. The target is like a bucket or a progress bar that people can fill up together. So that one's $150 if we want to do the optional color dungeon that's exclusive to the DX version to get our special blue shirt. If you want Link to wear a blue shirt, we got to raise $150. And basically, one person could throw in 5, one person could throw in 10, people could throw in $1 towards it. And if all together it totals up to 150, then that target unlocks, and then we do the color dungeon at a specific point in the run. And then for Thursday, for the Pokemon speedrun, we've got lots and lots of rewards to go through. This is a cool one. I'm very excited. We're kind of putting a lot of eggs into the Pokemon Silver basket as like the big involved finale fundraising stream. So in Pokemon Gold and Silver, you get 8 badges and you fight the Elite Four and the credits roll. In the post game, you can go back to Kanto from Red and Blue and fight 8 more gym leaders and another essentially champion as like the final super boss of the game. Well, the way that this is going to work for my speedrun is if in the event that no donations are raised towards the Pokemon Silver incentives, I will stop after I beat the Johto Elite Four. So starting off, I'm only committed to beating the 8 Johto gym leaders and fighting the Elite Four, and then when the credits roll, my speedrun is over. But if you want me to play through the Kanto post-game, you have to donate for it. So each of the 8 Kanto gym leaders is a separate $20 reward. So we'll need 8 separate $20 donations towards those specific rewards to unlock all the different Kanto gym leaders. They're all non-linear, so I'll fight them in the order that they're unlocked. That goes very quickly, actually, because there's not any like story barriers at that point in the game. We already have all the HMs and whatnot. And then if all 8 of the Kanto gym leaders get redeemed, I'll open up a final incentive for Red, who is the super boss, hardest trainer in the game, very high level Pokemon. You have to go through a really annoying dungeon to get to him as well. And that would be like the last, biggest, coolest thing that we could do in that speedrun, is fight Red. On top of that, in the first half of the speedrun, we have a bunch of rewards for the players and the Pokemon. So you can name our trainer, who is like our file name, and the character that we play as. That's going to show up a ton of times in text boxes. Every time we pause the game, you're going to see it, which is very often. The trainer name, it's pretty self-explanatory, I think. Naturally, we can also name the rival, who we will fight about, I think, 5 times or something like that. And we can name our star Pokemon, Totodile. Totodile will be the starter that we choose, and Totodile will literally be the only Pokemon that we use for the entire playthrough. Even if we go all the way to red, it's just for Alligator. So that Pokemon gets a huge amount of screen time. I actually thought about making that one $100, but $100 single donation is really a lot. So I capped it at 50 because that's still a lot for a single donation. So that's probably the highest value reward, I would say, as far as like screen time and bang for your buck. I think that'll be the first one to go, personally, is the Totodile name, because that guy's going to be on screen a lot. We're going to see that guy's name probably 1,000 times over the course of that playthrough. There are 2 other Pokemon that we will catch, however. We need a Pokemon to use Cut, so you can choose the name and the species of our Cutter Pokemon. You can choose between 3 different Pokemon. You can choose Bellsprout, Sentret, or Sandshrew, and you get to name them. So that's a pretty high value incentive as well. Kind of 2 for the price of 1. You get to pick the Pokemon and their name. And then we will also catch the Red Gyarados, because it's very convenient to do so. And we will just use Red Gyarados for Whirlpool and Waterfall as an HM friend, so that we don't have to teach them for Alligator. But they won't participate in any battles either. And that covers all of the game-specific rewards. There is one more very important reward that is limited quantity, and that ties in with one of our milestones. So let's take a look at those really quick. Essentially, we have a milestone every $500 total raised, except for the first $500. So our first milestone at $1,000, I'm calling Tasty Treat Time. This is going to be like a very eclectic and exciting spread of like special foods and snacks and drinks. There's going to be caffeine, there's going to be sugar, there's going to be salt, there's going to be spicy, there's going to be cheese, and it's going to be like some special creations, like not quite a cooking stream because that would take too long, but there will be things that I need to like specially prepare. This isn't just going to be like open a bag of chips and review it kind of stuff. This is going to be like a big deal. That's our first milestone, just kind of as a teaser, basically. Then that big $1,500 milestone for Chrono Trigger, obviously that's the big one to shoot for. We get a whole extra day of streaming and fundraising, Chrono Trigger vibes, maximum nostalgia, very cool. Would really love to get I really was excited to put an RPG in the schedule this year. Not counting Pokemon, obviously. That's very different in my brain. We didn't have an RPG last year. Our Friday unlockable game last year was Pokemon Stadium Rental Randomizer, which was very cool and was a chill victory lap. But I think Chrono Trigger is a lot more exciting. And we could get a lot done in Chrono Trigger in 5 hours. So that'll be cool. And then Draconics got a little ahead of me here. Our $2,000 milestone is to order a pizza, which might sound a little uninteresting on its face, but here's the twist. That limited quantity reward that I was talking about that's not game specific, there are 5 of them. On the top row there, you'll see those 5 slices of pizza with the $25 icon. Those are the toppings for that pizza. These are limited to 1 per person, so nobody's going to be able to go in there and buy all 5 toppings. But these will probably be some of the first rewards to go. You'll go in there and you'll do your $25 single donation, and then you'll type in whatever topping you want to pick. The only stipulations are it has to be a pizza topping that the place has. I'm not going to tell you where I'm ordering the pizza from, but it is a very normie national pizza chain. So if you pick some obscure ingredient that the place doesn't have, I can't do it. I can't like call them and request anchovies or, you know, lettuce on my pizza or something because you want to be funny. So try to get it right the first time. I am going to prepare a list of ingredients that folks will be able to get with a chat command. I'll add them to the description of the Tiltify item so that people can review it before they cash it in or scheme ahead of time or whatever. And the only other stipulation for the pizza ingredient reward is that you can't choose one that's been chosen already. We're going to have 5 unique different ingredients. So if somebody picks pineapple, you can't pick pineapple again and be like, oh, quadruple, quintuple pineapple pizza, get owned, streamer. You know, like we're going to have 5 different ingredients. So those are the only stipulations. There's not going to be anything that I'm like allergic to. I'm not going to veto things that I don't like because I'm assuming at least some of the people that cash in this thing are going to want to be chaotic and evil. That's the whole point. I don't give y'all a lot of opportunities to bully me, so I'm going to let this one be whatever it ends up being. If y'all for some reason decide to be wholesome and create the most magnificent pizza ever, that's great too. But I'm assuming people will try to be evil. So that's totally fine. I'll also probably create some kind of way for people to see like if 3 of the toppings have been redeemed and 2 of them are still available. A quick way to see like what the 3 toppings that have already been picked are, because you're not going to see that on the Tiltify page. I got to figure out how the heck I'm going to do that. But anyways, that's all the rewards. That's all the incentives. Back to the milestones real quick. If we make it anywhere beyond $2,000, which was how far we got last year. Last year, we raised just over $2,000, which was amazing. That was well beyond my expectations. That was the full extent of the milestones that I created because I didn't think that I needed to think beyond $2,000. So this year I have decided to create milestones beyond 2,000 in case we go farther this year. Now, I don't want anyone to think that because I have created milestones up to 3,000 that I necessarily expect $3,000 to be raised in a week and a half, because that's absolutely nuts. But I want there to always be something to work towards, so that if we do make it to that 2,000 and we get the cursed pizza, there's still like some incentive for people coming in to donate for it. It's like, oh, like I don't want somebody to come in on the second to last or the last day and be like, oh, you guys already met all the goals. I guess I don't really need to donate, huh? You know, like, so there's always going to be another incentive is basically what I'm trying to go for here. If we happen to make it to $2,500 raised, I will treat you to an after the marathon dedicated acoustic guitar video game music performance stream. I have some fingerstyle arrangements of my own for a smattering of video game songs that I have created over the years, and I'll dust them off and play them for you. If we happen to make it to 3,000, this is a big one for the Chrono Trigger fans. Looking at you, Manu. If we reach $3,000 raised throughout the marathon, I will create additional streams after the marathon to finish all the playthroughs that aren't finished during the marathon. So it's very unlikely that we beat Star Wars, because that game isn't super long, but it's probably more than 5 hours. And, you know, if y'all redeem like all the challenge points or whatever, and I got 100% the game, definitely not going to do that in 5 hours. So you'd get to see the rest of that game. If all the Yoshi story levels get cashed in, and we got to do like 100% of the levels and like collect the secret Yoshis or whatever, probably won't get that done in 5 hours either. That game actually gets kind of diabolical. So you'd get to see the rest of that Yoshi's run. We're definitely going to finish Link's Awakening. We're almost assuredly going to finish Pokemon Silver, even if all the things get cashed in. I guess there is a world where I don't finish it, but it's very unlikely. Both of those Game Boy speedruns are like around 2 hours if you're good at the game, so I feel very, very confident that on my first try I can do it in 5. probably quite a bit less, which gives us room to do things like tasty treat time and pizza afterwards, potentially, depending on where the milestones are at. But the big one is Chrono Trigger, because Chrono Trigger is an RPG. It's a lot longer than 5 hours. I guess if you were really good at Chrono Trigger, you could probably get it done in 5 hours, but I'm going to be playing it casually, taking my time, going slow, wandering around. Not grinding necessarily, but enjoying the ride. So if you want Chrono Trigger streams, go for that $3,000 milestone. And if by some cosmic, unprecedented generosity, we happen to make it to that 3,000 before the marathon is over, thank you for that, Smashy. That was very well timed. If we somehow make it to all of these crossed off, you like that little graphical transition? How I was ready for that? If we somehow meet all of these, just know and remember that there are invisible, shadowy incentives for 3,500 and 4,000 that I have in my back pocket if we get there. But I chose not to put them on this graphic because I didn't want to set the bar too high. I didn't want to intimidate people. It feels very presumptuous of me to even have a milestone for 3,000, but you guys really surprised me last year, so I feel like I need to be prepared. How about 5 grand, Draconics? Draconics is ready to go into debt in 2 weeks. Draconics is going to take out a loan to support the American Heart Association. Let me put it to you this way, Draconics. I will create a milestone for every $500 as far as we take it. Okay? I will. I promise you, you have my word, you have my Backlog Boys blood signature that if, you know, that donation total somehow gets to like $10,000, I will create some things. You know, the nature of the marathon is like there's time between each stream, right? It's a 5-hour stream, and then I sign off, and then there's a sleep, and then there's a morning, and then there's another stream, right? So I'll have time to react to the donation total each day as we go along. And, you know, if we're getting close to some of that stuff, and I have a sense of like the momentum of that donation total, I'll start kicking around some ideas. For now, I'm not going to bother thinking of anything beyond 4,000 because I don't think that's going to happen. But once that subject gets broached, I'll think of some stuff. And it'll go as far as it needs to go. Every $500. You have my word. I'll come up with something. So, that being said, donations are non-refundable. I will never see them. So I can't do anything on your behalf if you choose not to donate responsibly. Obviously, this is, you know, a great cause and one that I think is really worthwhile. But please give responsibly. I know things can get really exciting and you might get caught up in the heat of the moment with like the incentives and cool video games and great vibes and all that stuff. But just, you know, be wary, be responsible. The other caveat is that the spin wheel that we use for subscriptions and bits here in the stream will be turned off during the marathon. If you choose to support me instead of the charity, I will say thank you. Twitch is my primary source of income right now, pretty much my only source of income. So I'm not going to do anything with my Twitch revenue earned during the marathon. So if you choose to support me instead of the charity during the marathon, just know that I'm not like promising to give any portion of my revenue during that period of time to the charity. It's going to go towards me just like any other Twitch revenue would. So if you want your stuff to go towards the charity, don't give it to me with that expectation. You know, if your resub happens to come up during that time, great. Send it through. Great vibes. I'll still continue to track towards like sub goals as far as like bonus streams are concerned. But I'm not going to be like pushing subscriptions or anything like that. So just be aware of all that. That's how that's all gonna work. Okay, I'm done talking about charity. Thank you for letting me do that. I know that was a long time to be away from the game, but I'm very excited. Hopefully you are too. I feel compelled to repeat myself a very annoying amount of times, because you never know who's listening or tuned out at different times and catching the information. So I have to just hammer it home so that we have the best time that we possibly can. Like, for example, I've talked about this stuff probably a dozen times already. And earlier there was somebody that was like, oh, Chrono Trigger, cool. Or like, oh, Star Wars, cool. But it was like the 9th time I said Star Wars. So like, you know, I gotta really drive this stuff home. And this is not like a personal attack on anybody. It's just like, it's just the nature of like the natural defenses that we have built up against what is essentially advertising. Oh, Chrono Trigger, cool. Yeah, exactly, Smashy. Despot gets locked in the entire week. Yeah, I mean, essentially, yeah. If you're the Discord Despot before the charity marathon, you're definitely still going to be the Discord Despot after the charity marathon. I don't think there's going to be any polls running for you to take advantage of that, but that is true. Okay, so we are in the underground river. There's Kellalons everywhere. I want to try to fight some of these guys. I should use my stealth ability so they can't see me, because it seems like they run away from me. And I have a feeling that these guys have some kind of like high yield. Let's see if I can get all 3 of these guys, actually. Yeah! Anytime an enemy runs away from me, I'm assuming that they have a high yield of some kind. They might just like instantly run away as well. But these guys are like a Mistwalker mascot of sorts. They're in other Mistwalker games, which I found out by watching B play Lost Odyssey. These guys are in Lost Odyssey. They're not in Last Story, though, which is the only Mistwalker game besides this one that I've played. So maybe it was like an Xbox thing? I don't know. They are like Xbox color. That green color. So maybe they're only in the Xbox game? Okay, well, we killed all 5 of them. We get to do this 5 times. Oh, and we got the speed drop on them now. Very cool. I'm glad you're excited for Chrono Trigger, Smashy. I'm excited for it too, actually. I think some people like assume that I'm not a Chrono Trigger fan because I'm kind of quick to call it like overrated. Because I do think it is a little bit too pedestaled. In a similar way that some people feel about like OG Final Fantasy VII. Or maybe even Final Fantasy VI, depending on who you're talking to. And there's this like knee-jerk reaction that you can often trigger by calling a game overrated, where it's very easy to take that statement as, oh, you think the game isn't good. You know, because it's a very negative thing to say. You know, to say that it's like overrated. I think Chrono Trigger is a really, really good video game. But I do also think that it's overrated. I do think that it's like not as good as some people's nostalgia tells them it is. And maybe that's just because I didn't play it growing up, and I played it for the first time as an adult. And it was easier for me to like see through that kind of thing. Probably gonna regret this and wish that I did Watera. But I think that combined with a mow down should take out the first row. Let's see. Nice counter. Oh, DQ7R came out today. Nice. God, I love Dragon Quest VII so much. That remake looks really great. I'm excited to see more of it. I'm excited to watch people stream it as well. Because, like, DQ7 is my favorite Dragon Quest still that I've played. I haven't played them all yet, but it's definitely still my favorite. But it's such a long and dense game that I don't know if I'll ever be able to replay it. So it's a perfect game for me to watch other people play. Soon Austin will join us and bathe in the light of the glory that is Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm open to changing my mind. Like, if I get through a replay of Chrono Trigger at age and, you know, say to myself, you know what? Chrono Trigger's not overrated. It's a fantastic game. I recant. You know, I'm open to that possibility. Like I said, I do think it's a really good game. I just think that it's... I don't think that it's a contender for, like, greatest game of all time. I just think it's a more accessible... Oh, cool, we got a monster fight between the Kellolons and the snakes. Just dead. Wow, that was awesome. But yeah, not 8. I love Dragon Quest 8, but it is not my favorite Dragon Quest. It might be my second favorite. But I need to play 5 again. It's between 5 and 8 for the number 2 slot for sure. 8 has the nostalgia going for it because that was the first Dragon Quest that I completed. And it was the one that kind of like got me into the series and made me a fan. 7 was the first one that I played, but I didn't get very far in it. And then I've told this story many times before. I bought Dragon Quest VIII so that I could get the Final Fantasy XII demo and write a review of it for a forum that I was a moderator on, a Final Fantasy forum. And then I was like, well, I bought this $60 demo. I should probably try the game. And then I got hooked on it. And then I went back and played 7 afterwards. Because I still had it unfinished on my shelf. Okay, I only want to fight the Kellolons. Oh, we have lasers in here. Interesting. Wasn't expecting that at all. But yeah, Dragon Quest VIII is great. But I think... Well, I shouldn't say I think 7 is better. I like 7 more. Better is very subjective. I think I can do level 1 ground on these guys. Let me try it. Yep. Perfect. Save me some MP. I'm just gonna defend with everybody and then use ground with Kluk. It'll be faster. Got hooked like we all did. I liked Dragon Quest III a lot as well, but it's just a totally different kind of experience than those later games. But I need to keep working my way through the series. I need to start Dragon Quest IV. I've been putting that off. I need to... Once I get some more things off my plate for, like, off-stream, that'll be my next deal. That was weird. Zola got 2 turns in a row there. I don't know why. DQ8 is totally over Chrono Triggered. That's wild. Yeah, Dragon Quest VIII is really solid. That's a really fun game. So these Kellolons aren't running away from me. I just want this glowy thing. I don't want to... Okay, great. Now I got initiatived. Should have just fought him. He is wrong. Oh, I got turned into a Kellalon. Look how cute they are. Look at them. So I can still do all the things that I can normally do. I just look like this cute little leaf man. Let's see how much my ground magic does. Is this going to do, like, pathetic damage? Nope. Look at me. Look at that dance. That's so funny. I still gain experience in SP. It goes away after battle. That's so goofy. We have one... Oh, this is a Hyper Kellalon. You're different. Okay. So just that one in the back center is different. And turn Zola into a Kellalon. Good job. Oh, you get to go twice in a row? Oh, Shu is guarded against it. Is he going to use this on every single character? Oh, he used it on Shu again, and then he got it. That's wild. We just need it to be Kluk's turn. Oh, there goes Morrow. So they're just going to sit here and change us all into Kellalons. We'll do Grounda just to be safe. Thank you for POW. Alright, the Hyper didn't die. Goodness. How much is this gonna do? Okay, nothing. These guys are silly. I wanted to try to steal from him, but I couldn't steal because Zola was a Kellalon. They don't seem to give a particularly high amount of SP, but they do keep dropping items. But they're not, like, good items. Alright, so here's a laser section here. Let me, kick rocks. Thank you, lasers, for letting me get my 10 gold. Oh, look at all these enemies. Whoa. See a red chest up there. Hello there. A flaying fish, not a flying fish. Flaying. This is a palette swap of something we saw earlier. These guys are very funny looking. Oh, and they're fast. But they're not tough. We must be over-leveled in this game. It seems like this game is made in such a way where they suspect that most people will skip a lot of random encounters. Or, like, use field abilities to auto-win. And I'm not necessarily trying to fight as many random encounters as possible, but I want to fight every enemy variant that I see. It does feel like we are a little bit too powerful, though. And obviously I want to keep ranking up and getting SP. But I could probably switch to this guy right here. Oh, you're new. And the barrier didn't work on you. Oh boy. So these guys in front are a palette swap, and then the one in the back I don't think we've seen before. Swashbuckler fish. Please don't buckle my swash, sir. I prefer my swash unbuckled. It's more comfortable that way. Okay, that's not that much damage. Anticipate. Oh, you're increasing your agility. Okay. Thought that was going to be like, I will counter you if you attack me. Ground probably won't hit the guy in back, but I still kind of want to just do it anyways. Yeah. Because we just need damage. Jiro, you can just attack, I guess. Good job. Alright, this should get rid of the front row. Oh, we missed? That sucks. I was hoping Shu would be able to attack the guy in back. He's charging something. Oh, you're going to increase your magic attack. Oh, that's right. It has a magic staff. That's such a cool design. It, like, holds the magic staff inside its jelly body, and the top part of the staff, or the rod, looks like a nucleus, you know, of the jellyfish, but it's just an object that it's holding. That's a really fun design. Okay, you have, like, no health. That was the first time we hit that thing. No, I have not played Dragon Quest XI yet, Draconics. That'll be the last one that I play, because I'm working my way through the series in numerical order. Skipping the ones that I've played already. Skill plus 5. Okay, I probably can't do this to you. Skill plus 6. Oh, we can do that. Okay, maybe you just can't do it the first time you fight an enemy. There are so many enemies down here. Holy crap. We're at the hour, so I need to run another ad. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thank you for joining me today. We'll be back with second half of stream after this. But yeah, I still got to play Dragon Quest 4, 6, and 9 before 11 Draconics. So it's going to be a while before I get to 11. But I know for a fact that 11 is kind of like a love letter to the series, so I definitely want to have all the other ones under my belt before I get to it. All right, BRB.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! Five, four, three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is Sasha.
She's done it! She's on the board, folks. I'm shocked. Astute viewers probably noticed Fox actually had a KO at the last second there. He nailed Samus with an up smash off the screen, but she didn't reach the blast line before the time expired. So he didn't get the point for that. And that would have sent it to sudden death. And potentially would have saved Fox's streak. So Samus was able to clinch the victory by being saved by the bell there and avoiding the tie. Alright, well the bounty hunter is on the board. We did the calculations earlier on. Samus doesn't really have much of a shot to get to 7th place over Luigi here, but it is possible if she can get a couple more wins against Fox. And I guess, you know, in the interest of all things being possible, Fox has not clinched the matchup yet. It's only 4-1. You need 6 to clinch. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be the upset of the century for the final matchup of the regular season? All right. Back to the game. Bum, bum, bum. Welcome back, folks. I'm going to put this fruit bar in my mouth really quick. There are so many encounters in this place. It is lousy with enemies. So we're going to make use of the barrier field skill, which means we're going to burn up a lot of magical medicines. Yeah. Oh, I didn't use the magical medicines. Whoops. Here we go. The barrier thing uses MP to work, so that's the drawback. Yes, we are doing point and click next week, Draconics. Y'all met a sub goal this week. Thank you very much. Every 25 subs, we unlock a point and click stream with the lady joining on a Sunday afternoon. We are currently doing our first playthrough of Grim Fandango, and we're a pretty good chunk of the way through it. We probably are around the 60 to 70% mark. So still a ways to go. It's a pretty long game, and it's been a tough grind. We've had to look up a lot of stuff, but the vibes are great. It's always a good time. So yeah, next Sunday, we will have a point and click stream for that sub goal. Whew, lots of enemies. Ancient Sorcerer's Necklace. I don't think we've had that brand of accessory yet. It'll be nice to clear out these encounters and kind of explore safely. We have lots of money in this game. I have to remember that I'm not playing Bravely Second, and money is not infinite. So I can't just burn up items willy-nilly, but I can buy these items. It's just going to cost me quite a bit. But this field skill is a godsend. Like, think of how much time we're saving here. Obviously, we don't get any of the experience that we would get from fighting these enemies, or money. But we do get half of the SP. And it's actually a very convenient feature, because sometimes you want, like, the job points or skill points or whatever the equivalent is in your game. But you don't really want the experience, because, like I was saying earlier, it kind of feels like we're over-leveled. And I don't really want to be over-leveled. I want the game to be a little bit challenging. So it actually works out nicely to use this, not only to save time, but also to avoid getting over-leveled. Stone Shoes. That's a weird name. Yeah, the belly button ring of wind. Would you not wear that, Smashy? We found the belly button ring of fire earlier, which was a hilarious Wheel of Fortune before and after. Johnny Cash would be so proud. Okay, so how do I get up to where that red chest is? Because it looks like this is kind of like the rest of the dungeon this way. Speaking of the rest, I'm going to eat the rest of this fruit bar. Let me backtrack a little bit here. Is there another path? There must be like a split in the path way back here. There's also a split there for a chest, but... is there a split over here? Yes, okay. Can't do belly button rings, just thinking about it makes you wince. Like, thinking about having one installed in your body. Also, installed is kind of a unhinged word to use, but... or just like the thought of anyone having a belly button ring. Yes, okay. Yeah, I don't think I would ever want to have any part of my body pierced. For others, it is fine. Okay, got you. Yeah, we're on the same page, Smashy. I wouldn't want to have anything pierced. Let's see. We're going to give this to Kluke, because she's the farthest behind. Beagrock. Okay, and then let me write this red chest in my notes here, because we will come back for this at some point. This is not the Ancient Ruins. This is... what is this? Underground River? Underground River. I started writing Ancient Ruins instinctively. Underground River. We'll call this an early rise. And it is a red chest, but we highlight it in blue. Okay. Moving on. I can't do anything about this now. But there was a regular chest up there. Yeah, installed like a cyborg. But yeah, I wouldn't ever want to do my ears, even. I feel like that's probably the most innocuous, least painful piercing that I can imagine. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But nose, belly button, eyebrow, tongue, obviously, all seem way worse in my imagination. And they definitely don't, like, suit my personality, I don't think. I don't think any of those suit my personality. I think that would be a weird choice for me. But yeah, it's totally fine for other people. I don't have any problem with people who have piercings. I don't like I don't find it repulsive or gaudy or anything like that. I think it actually looks really, really amazing on some people. But not for me. Gotta say though, haven't seen a belly button ring in a while. I feel like the belly button ring is reserved for, like, aging millennials at water parks. I think that's, like, the only time we're gonna see that. Because I don't know if any other generations since have had that, like, catch on and, like, be a cool thing. They still exist out there? I'm sure they still exist, but, like, how many new belly button rings are happening? You know, like, I feel like when I was, like, a preteen, it was, like, a very popular thing. Oh, wrong item. Shoot. You know, there were like, there were girls who, like, could convince their mom to let them get the belly button piercing even though they were only like 13 or 14. And then there were other girls who would get like the fake ones where you would try to like clip it on. And they really wanted it. But I feel like after that, nobody was going for it. But that could just be because that's the generation that I participated in. You know, like maybe every generation that has been a thing with like tween girls. And I just, you know, was no longer a tween, so I didn't see it. I don't know. All right, we are almost out of magical medicines here. I can warp back to town to get more, but it will respawn all the encounters. So, let's go ahead and take this save point. This is going to be slot 5. Wait, no it's not. It's going to be slot 4. I'm so confused. I screwed up my last save as well. So, this is going to be slot 4. I know I just saved in slot 5, but we're going to save here in slot 4 again as well. And we're going to call this Underground River. And I'm going to be presumptuous and call this Midway. Because it probably is. If it's not the midpoint, it's probably right before the boss. Thank you for operating the notes cam, Smashy. Usually in dungeons, there's not any separate oh. Oh my god, look at this. Look at that army of Kellolans. Holy crap. Okay, it hasn't happened very many times in this game, but there have been a few places where, in a very Zelda-esque way, defeating all the enemies in an area causes a chest to spawn. This seems like it could be one of those areas. I'm going to go the other direction at this fork just a little bit of the way to see what's going on over here. That way back there is clearly the optional path that's the dead end. But I kind of want to just see how much of this dungeon is left. Okay, so there's a door right there. So that's probably the end point. So what do you propose, knife emoji? Wait, that's Tortipo! My man! We were hoping we would see you. Oh, the cutscene just pulled me in. Hope you're not thinking about jumping there, dude.
So we meet again. I ran in here and barely managed to escape the laser rain. I was surprised to find that it was actually connected to this underground river. Anyway, do my clothes look okay? Not damaged? This is my best attire after all. By the way, do you want to buy something?
Yes, I do. I want to buy generalist hearts and nothing else. So we can only buy one of these at a time. And the price is going to go up every time. But it's only going up by 2, which is fantastic. So we can buy quite a few of these. Nice. So we have 16 generalist hearts now instead of just 5. I think I'm actually gonna not buy anything else. I strongly doubt that there's a limited number of times that we can interact with this guy. I feel like there's gonna be some kind of like end game location where he just stays there and we can collect all the rest of the medals in the game and buy them from him. If I'm wrong about that, I'm wrong about that, but...
Marvelous view, isn't it? I traveled here in search of the Aurora ruins, but look what I found.
There's this town called Baroy up ahead. We heard something about the Aurora ruins there.
Oh, what delightful news. Well, may we meet again someday.
Look at him go. Watch out, there's a lot of Kellolons that way. I'm amazed he's still alive. I guess that's what makes him a great adventurer. Morrow's amazed too! Just trying to be the same thing as Zola. Knowing him, he's going to discover the Aurora ruins one day. But to be able to survive those lasers, there's more to him than meets the eye. Well, he is a robot. Okay, I'm gonna examine these 2 rocks. I really hope a cutscene doesn't pull me up to this door. Okay, good. And I haven't examined this one yet. Okay. We're going to hit this save point one more time. And then we're going to go burn up all of our MP. Against these Kellolons. And then I think what we're going to do... This is going to be in the same save spot. Intentionally this time. Number 4. What I'm tempted to do is... I guess I should split my save after I do this. That's what I'll do. I'll save in slot 5 after we do this. Because I'm hoping that after we get through the end of this dungeon, I'll be able to, like, warp somewhere and shop and restock. Because this is going to drain us pretty hardcore here. Listen to them all. Okay, so all we have to do is watch Jiro's MP count here. Because it costs 30 every time we take out one of these enemies. So we just have to keep our MP above 30. Alright, one more. And now we restock. I actually don't think we're going to have enough items to get through this all. So how much does this restore? 100. Okay, so don't use another one, because we lose value. But all the ones that we can't take out this way, I'll fight them the old-fashioned way. Oh, they're starting to run now. They're like, wait a second! This isn't going very good. He's mowing us down like it's an ease game. He's just walking into us and we're dying. Okay, we do technically still have these to restore MP, but I'm not going to use them. Because there's not that many left. Oh god. What's happening? Actually, let's make this... Yeah. Oh, they are popping back up. Okay. 2 more. And that's it, right? We have no more... This is also dangerous because now my healer can't heal. These guys aren't that scary, though. So we're going to fight however many of these are left manually, because I feel very strongly that something's going to happen. It's a full mob of 8. Oh, boy. But I think all they're going to do is this. And we know that they die in 1 turn, so I'm not too worried about it. This is a very economical spell. Good job, Kluk. I guess it would be pretty bad if, like, she wasn't super fast. Alright, we need to take a look at, Generalist really quick. 36 is the max rank. How many hearts do we have now? 16? Is that right? 16? We have 16. So that's 8 times 2. Or wait, no. Not by 2. We need to divide this number by 5. So that's 3 for everybody. Which means everybody needs to get to at least level 33 as a generalist before we start using these. Yeah, I'll take all 3 of you. One of them's a hyper. These guys are really fast, though. I'm kind of curious if there's anything good I can steal from them. But doing mow down here kind of seems like a good idea. No kill. So I guess it didn't matter. Should have done steal. He dance. Okay, it's a heal. Not a problem. Imagine if we had to do this battle like 8 times. Or, sorry, not 8, like 50 times. Like, just like how long it would take. And how many resources we would probably use up. Like, we used up a lot of resources to keep refilling Jiro's MP. But think of how many more resources we would probably use up if we were just fighting everybody. Okay, Kluk gets to go, so everyone's just going to defend. Except for Zola. Zola's going to try to steal. Also, I need to probably invest in a passive MP recover for Jiro. Oh, we stole Kellalon powder. Well, that makes sense. Get grounded, nerds. Okay, and then this mob has a hyper. The hyper is fast. And I can't attack him because he's in back. Maro, I guess Maro might be able to do enough damage here with a small chargey. Oh, I pushed that way too far. Alright, he's going to try to Kellalon everybody in the front row, I think. Oh, just kidding. He only did 1. Okay, well, maybe we can just do this. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, and then Maro will take out the back row. That works. Save Kluk some MP. Ooh, I kind of want to try stealing from this guy, actually. Nah. You missed? Brother. Sister. Okay, here's your super powerful attack that does like 80 damage. Get wrecked on the counter. 432. Now that's a critical. We are really getting up there in the generalist ranks. Okay, I don't think we're done yet. There's still some that have to, like, pop up that ran away. If my theory ends up being wrong and we don't get anything, then whatever. We're still getting a lot of SP. Which is helping us bum rush and front load generalist like we want to. I also need to take a look at everybody's skills because we have just some empty skill slots hanging out on everybody. Defend. Defend. And ground. Doo-doo. Oh, level 30 is a new job class unlock. Okay. This is important. This is important. I think I want to give Shu Assassin because he can get a speed bonus. I think that's a pretty clear answer. I don't even need to look at the manual there. Jiro. I think with Jiro, I'm going to go support. I'm going to go all in on him being a support character, rather than trying to, like, round him out with Monk and Assassin. I'm assuming that we'll get all of these eventually. You know, probably another at 40 and another at 50, if pattern serves. But I don't know how long this game is. We might not get to level 50. But I think that's a clear answer there. Klook. What do we do with Klook? Klook, I feel like it's harder to decide. I might want to give her Guardian, and I might want to give her Barrier. Let me take a look here. Because Guardian, I can get her magic defense up and HP up. Plus the defense increase. Which would be really nice for a mage. She has the lowest HP out of everybody. Is there a case for a secondary barrier mage? I don't think so. She would just be an additional person who could use the field barrier skill. Which we do need to get with Jiro soon, I think. The level 2 field barrier only takes up 10 MP when you kill a monster instead of 30. That would make a huge difference. It has the same function otherwise. You get half of the SP. Yeah, so I think we go Guardian here for the passives. That makes good sense. For Morrow, I think we're going to give him Assassin for the same reason as Shu for the speed bonus. And then Zola is one level behind. Still. Oh, treasure. I saw that. The word treasure popped up on the screen. Let's examine this small poo first. Oh. We haven't taken them all out yet, but the treasure happened. Interesting. Defense +1. Klook? I wasn't ready for that. We are getting up there in a very vague nature overall. True. We really are. Okay, well, we didn't destroy this guy. Even though we already spawned a treasure, I'm still gonna take this guy out. Try to get the drop on me there, buddy. It's interesting that they chose to put a blue barrier between the player and this area, because you can't get in here without the blue barrier. So it's almost like they put that there just to, like, let you know, like, maybe to keep you from accidentally wandering in there and then being like, oh god, oh god, oh god, you know? Like, to kind of give you a heads up that, like, oh, there must be something over here. You know? That's the only reason I can think of that they would have done that. Perfect. We need that for Zola. Trying to get her caught up level-wise. She is still about 600 points behind. And then we didn't examine any of this other stuff. This is a very pretty cavern, by the way. All these waterfalls coming in. Luckily, this water has somewhere to go. This looks like it should be filling up in a very scary Indiana Jones or Titanic kind of way, but we're all good here. Oh. Oh, there's a boss. Fantastic. You're rewarding me with a boss? That's so rude. This thing is ugly. Holy crap. Let's steal from it. Moody Dragon. Ultra Medicine. I'll take that. Well, this is going to be a very annoying fight if we need to heal a lot. Let me scan you. Obviously, I can't use ground magic against it because he's flying, but what else can we learn? Don't think you'll beat this ancient race with magic. Try to keep it angry until it tires. Oh, okay. Don't use magic at all. Well, I guess Jiro and Kluk can team up as item healers then. Because they're not going to be able to do much else. I'll just have Jiro attack in the meantime. It's not going to be much damage, but it's probably better than having him defend. Oh, he's offended. Okay. So there must be some type of trick to, like, attacking him a lot to, like, knock him off balance or something. He's not very strong. Not compared to the poo bosses that we fought earlier, so not too scary right off the rip. But certainly not trivial either. You know, 100 damage is still quite good. Okay, so we're making him stronger, but I'm assuming we want to do this. He's getting a lot of actions. That's really the problem here. Not the damage, necessarily. He seems to be taking more damage, too, though. The Moody Dragon is absolutely furious! Okay, he's doing more damage. Looks like he's attacking everybody in the front row one time every turn. Oh, no, he's getting a second attack on Zola there. Oh, he's exhausted from his rage. Okay, defense down, power down, and he's also on the ground now. So I'm assuming I can use ground magic if I want to. Let's hit Zola with an Ultra Medicine and a Mega Medicine. Because nobody else is really missing very much HP. Okay, he throws away his turn there. I'm going to hit him with Flare because it's a single target. And I'm assuming that's going to be my best bet. I will charge it. Oop, I didn't quite make it to sweet spot, unfortunately. And we'll charge this up. I'm assuming he's going to waste a turn to get out of his weak state. Okay, he lost another turn. Nice damage. Okay, now he's back. So his defense is back up. But his attack power is probably reset to the initial value. So charging up these attacks after his turn is a good idea. So he'll get one boost here, and then he'll do his volley. And I wouldn't be surprised if we kill him next turn. with these 2 charged up attacks. Because we're doing a heck load of damage. So he's going to get another boost here. I think it was 4 attacks before he got furious, and not 3 like you might think. Let's do an item heal here. Well, actually, no, because we get 2 items with Jiro, and we really only need to use 2. So let me just hit him with another fire spell here. I'll try to charge it. Nice. Cool. So this will go off after him, so he won't get a boost from it. And then let's do 2 Mega Medicines here. 1 for Morrow, and 1 for Shu. Oh, he's dead. Okay. As I suspected. $10 SP is nice. Oh. Okay. That spawned another treasure chest. So that must be what happens when you actually beat all the Kellalon, but another treasure spawned somewhere over there. And maybe there's a chance that, like, you miss it. Moody Dragon's Fang. I'm assuming that's an accessory. Do I have a favorite blue shadow? Oh, that's a good question. I actually really like just the default one that Shu has. Like, the thumbs up dragon with ripped abs. Like, it's pretty cool. I guess I more so just think that it's cool that everybody has their own, and it kind of like suits their personality a little bit, or says something about them. I guess my second favorite is probably Morrow's. I like the kind of saber cat vibe that we got going on there. Okay, we're gonna save again right here. You like the dragon and the bird a lot? Yeah, they're all cool. They're all cool. We're gonna save in slot 5 here. And this is Underground River. I gotta order some new markers. The red one's starting to run out too. And the yellow one. We're going to call this Underground River after Kellalon Horde. And Moody Dragon. I'm actually surprised that the orange one hasn't run out yet. It's felt like it was going to run out on me any second for like 2 weeks. I'm really pushing it. Okay, let me see if I can find another treasure that spawned. It's not the red chest. Luckily, there's nobody back here. There's like one fish guy over here. Look at him. Riposting. Oh, and we have the lasers. But I know what I saw. I saw the word treasure in the small white letters, like off in the distance. We've never seen that before, so that was kind of weird. But that was before we hit the checkpoint and did the boss fight and that chest came out. So I guess it could have been like a weird behavior. And it was talking about the same thing that we got from fighting the boss. But it wasn't in the same direction. It wasn't in the same spot. But I guess it being like a weird programming error might be just as likely, if not more likely, than Oh, look, that looks like the dragon. That was our warning, maybe. Maybe that's more likely than, like, you needed to be paying attention and a faraway treasure spawned somewhere that you already went. Maybe it's by the exit door. Never give up. Trust your instincts. Thanks, Peppy. But isn't this nice with all the randos gone? Alright, well this is the very beginning. I don't want to like accidentally walk into Baroi Town because it will respawn all the randos, which would be a nightmare. I think there might be one more screen actually before the loading zone, but I don't want to risk it. We can always come back. I'm sure if it spawned a treasure chest near the entrance, it's going to be there in perpetuity. So let me go... I'm going to go scan the Kellalon Horde area one more time, and then we'll get out of here. And maybe I'll leave a note for myself about kind of how that went down, because I'll probably forget the specifics. Imperial March. Okay, let's go over here one more time. Because when that word treasure popped up, it was in the direction of this doorway. And it was kind of like through the wall almost. It wasn't over where this treasure chest spawned. But there's definitely not another treasure chest over here. Because we beat up a Kellalon like right around here, and the word treasure spawned kind of like over there-ish. Which made me think, oh, I'm going to need to backtrack along that path, and there's going to be a treasure over there. But maybe it meant, like, you will get treasure when you walk over this way, and then it was the boss fight, and the treasure spawned right there. I don't know, it's kind of strange. A little weird how it went down, but we're definitely not missing a treasure chest over here. I don't think it would be invisible. It didn't remove the barrier around the red treasure chest to set a new precedent for collectibles. So we're just going to go this way. Maybe there's a treasure chest over here. Nope. Alright, we're going to move on. We're going to move on. I don't think we missed anything. I think it was just a weird thing. Now, where is this going to go? Is this going to take me into the ancient ruins? Ancient factory. Interesting. Okay, well, we got exactly what we wanted. We got a warp key point. So, we're going to immediately utilize this. We don't need this thing to warp to previous locations, but obviously we would want something like this to exist so that we could quickly get back where we're going. I didn't want to warp out of the underground river before going through this door and then have to walk through the whole place again. So let's call this slot 1. Even though nothing has changed since the last save, we're still going to make a new one. This is Ancient Factory. And I'll probably save again in this slot when we get back. So we're going to warp, I guess, to any old place that has a shop. Goodbye, probably super awesome and rare treasure. Nah, we're fine. We're fine. And where is the shop? Here we go. Do you sell what I want? Oh, you don't. Okay. I mistakenly thought all of my shops were the same. Is that a tree or a crack in the wall? That's a tree. Okay. It's like, I don't remember there being a crack in the wall over there. Okay, let's go to Baroy Town then. Most recent town should have the most updated inventory. Plus, this town has a self-checkout. As if to imply that every RPG shop isn't in a self-checkout. Let's see. That is... over here? No, that's the inn. It does have a sign on the door, though. Pretty sure. General store. There we go. Okay, hopefully they have super magical medicine. I know we can't buy ultras yet, but I'm pretty sure we can buy supers. Or mega, sorry. There we go. All right. Let's buy a big stack of these. We get half price thanks to being a ninja. So I'm okay with spending 5 grand on those. And then we'll buy another stack of 20 of these for 2,500. That's a lot of money. For sure. The generalist store. We do have a ton of things that we can sell if we actually really need money, but we still have 40k, so... It's always a relief to not have to buy weapons in an RPG. It really saves you a lot of money. We need to look at some new accessories that we've picked up, though. So let's see. We have the Pooh bracelet, shout out. We got that a while ago. Super metal bracelet, that's not new. Diamond encrusted. Oh yeah, we got this a while back. Ancient Warrior's Ring is new, though. May inflict petrify if physically attacked. Wow. Huge magic attack boost. And 5 agility. So we might give that to... Jiro? Maybe? Grand Tribe's Earring. When defending, this will restore 10 MP. We kind of scoffed at this earlier, but I actually might try to give that to Jiro. And then... bunch of new necklaces. We have the Ancient Sorcerer and the Ancient Warrior. So Ancient Sorcerer increases magical attack. Wait. It says it increases magical attack and defense in the description, but it does not increase magic attack whatsoever. It's mostly physical defense and actually a pretty decent boost to MP. Are we going to give all our new accessories to Jiro? And then this one prevents petrify, which is great, and also gives a ton of defense. Very cool. And then we picked up some new special accessories. Stone shoes. Prevents petrify and earth resistant. 30 HP. That's a really good one. Belly button ring of fire. There it is. Shout out to the Wheel of Fortune before and after of my dreams. Belly button ring of wind. These are just great because you can get immunity and healing to a specific element, but these will be very situational. This will be something where we need to like be tipped off in advance to like swap our current loadout for them. We're more interested in wide-ranging bonuses. Okay, let's take a look at Jiro here. Do you need a new bracelet? Trade a little bit of HP for attack. Not really worth it. That's not worth it. Earth Elemental physical attacks. Okay, I think he's good on bracelets. Let's look at the rings. So, oh, we lose 100 HP if we do this. Well, we don't really want to do that. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Okay, what about the earring? So we would lose a little bit of magic. We'd lose 20 points of magic defense to be able to restore 10 HP or 10 MP while defending. That's definitely not worth it. Most of the time he's going to be doing something. I just need him. I need to get him on Black Mage for a little bit so he can get that passive skill. Okay. But one of these is probably worth it. Let's see, 30 MP and 60 defense in exchange for 10 HP. Absolutely, we take that deal. And then this one is losing 10 HP and 5 magic defense for 60 defense and preventing Petrify. We haven't seen Petrify, I don't think. So I don't know if this is like the game warning us that it's coming. That's a thing that happens a lot. But for now, I'm going to take this one. And I don't think we're going to be swapping any of these. Yeah, the only new special accessories we got were the belly button rings. I love how something like a certain ring is like character gender specific, but the belly button ring is not. We're down. The boys are down with the belly button rings. Okay, Kluk. I guess while we're here, we'll just do a full accessory check. She doesn't need 40 more attack points. So we actually keep the 10 MP there. I don't think she'll ever replace Jiro's ring. It's canon. This magic defense boost is tempting because hers is actually pretty low. But the MP is very important, even though she does have the passive gain. Maybe we can get it in the special accessory slot. Ancient Warrior Necklace. We could potentially go for this if we can recoup some of that magic defense in the special accessory slot. Let's see. 5 points is not enough. Can we get more than 5 points off of something? No. I mean, I guess we might as well because she's not wearing anything. But honestly, 5 agility points might be a better play. She's already our fastest character, so just trying to get her out in front of fast enemies. Actually, 30 MP is probably better. I think we give her this, though. 30 HP, resistance to a status, and resistance to a certain type of magic. That's really high value. We'll give her that. Morrow. The poo bracelet is so funny, but we're never going to use it. I really want to know what it means by instantly kills most types of poo. Like, does that just mean that if somebody's wearing this, you can just run into them like you have the barrier on and they die for free? That would be so funny. If so. You can't compromise Morrow's agility. It's already in the dumpster. I think we're good on everybody else. We're pretty well set. We haven't really found that many new things. Oh, wait. Maybe we give her this? 5 more magic defense. And the ability to restore 10 MP while defending. She doesn't use MP very often, but it's still an upgrade over the Super Metal Earring, so I feel like we might as well. It's not that big of an improvement, but there's no reason not to take it. Oh, and Zola is wearing a belly button ring, which does feel canon. Okay, cool. Let me sleep at the inn, and then we can move on. I'm disoriented again. The inn is right here. Don't talk to the guy behind the counter. He gets mad if you don't know to use the kiosk. Okay. And now, I didn't need to leave that building. It's just a reflex. We can warp back to the ancient factory. And we're going to save again in slot 1 here, because I just completed naming the save that we did earlier as after restock. So let's make that true. And it's time to run one more ad break. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. You're going to see Smash if you're not behind the ads. And thank you for being here. This is the last ad break. Actually, this is not the last ad break of the day. We're going to do a bonus ad break at the end of the stream just to make sure that we finish Smash this week. But we are entering the final hour of stream. I'll be right back.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
That was a close one. I was on pins and needles for a second there. Thought Samus was gonna get another one in sudden death. Not quite, though. Fox said, "Heh." All right, 5-1 now. Fox 1 away from clinching. Continuing to push his score into the stratosphere. He's already clinched first place. He's just strutting now. He's just strutting. 90 points overall for his score. Second place tied at 84 between Captain Falcon and Link. I was actually looking at these stats with Vaughn last night. Yes, that Vaughn. And we were looking at the comparison between Captain Falcon and Link since they're tied for second. Vaughn's a big Link stan. Link is not a very popular character in competitive Smash playing, but it's one of his favorite characters to play as. So he's always rooting for Link players. So he was really excited to see Link up there with Captain Falcon in second place. And for the purposes of tie-breaking, Link is definitely going to be the one to take second place over Captain Falcon. They have the same total score, they have the same average score, but I think for the purposes of seeding the tournament bracket, we need to definitively decide that one of them is second place and one of them is third place. And to me, it makes the most sense to give third place to Captain Falcon, because if we look at wins and losses, Link has more wins than Captain Falcon. Even though they have the same score and the same average, Captain Falcon has lost 4 times, and Link has only lost 2 times, which is pretty cool. Good job, Link. Yes, that Vaughn, Mabuki. Vaughn Mabuki. Okay, let's go back to Blue Dragon for another hour here. Are we headed into just another dungeon, or what? What is the ancient factory? You examine the switch. It's already unlocked. How nice. Cutscene, I thought so.
Servant robots?
No. Look closer. See those weapons? Those are machines of war.
So they used machines like these in the ancient wars.
That sound. That's the same one we heard before.
So this machine is still operating?
Yasato and the others have been operating for 10,000 years. I wouldn't be surprised if this machine has been too.
What's wrong? Don't like this at all. Don't know why, but Mara don't like this.
So it still works then?
Even though the war ended long ago, instruments of war are still being made.
Something's coming.
Those guys look very defensive, but also like happy. Are we battling?
They think we're the enemy.
That can't be good. Are they gonna attack us?
I'd say yes if they're like those moon lasers.
Stink of magic!
Yeah, that's how they know we're here.
Oh.
Have to use the word stink?
Okay, what are these guys called? I'm gonna write them in my notes. Red barrier. What does that mean? I can't use... Defense Mecharobo. Okay, that's not a very cool name. But I'll write it in my notes anyways. So, hold on, I'm just writing some of what we just learned. A squad of defense Mecha Robo attack us. Morrow theorizes that they were alerted to our presence because we stink of magic. That's the first indication that we've had that the robots are equipped with any type of like sensing technology. But it also sets up this interesting idea that they are, like, I guess, against magic, because they come from this ancient civilization where we know the war was caused over magic. The war was fought and won and lost because of magic. The ancient peoples could use magic in a varying degree, and we learned that those disparities of magical ability created like a class divide. And so the people who were gifted with magic kind of started to inherently subjugate the people who weren't as good with magic. And so the ruling class became the people who could use magic, and everybody else just kind of had to do what the magical people wanted them to do, and kind of like lived in their world. And then some ruler came along and said, this isn't right. We need all people to be equal. So that king, that like magnanimous king or whatever, benevolent guy, created robots that like harnessed magical energy, and then everybody got these robots. And so then instead of the people doing the magic, the robots were doing the magic, so that the people who didn't have inherently good magical abilities could still do the same things that the people who did have inherently good magical abilities could do, to like equalize the pressure. But then somehow the war happened after that, because like the robot plan didn't work out the way that it was intended to, or the way that they thought it would. I'll have to go back to my notes because I'm forgetting a detail there. But something to the effect of like, the ruling class magical people didn't like that the playing field had been leveled, and so they found a way to like take advantage of the robots, and then like, you know, use the robots for their means or something like that. So all that to say, I'm confused why the robots would be like, oh, there's magic in the area, we must take it, we must stop it. Like, you would think that it would be the, or at least I would think it would be the opposite. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm a little confused by that. Because, like, this says to me, like, that the robot is programmed to be like, oh, only the robots should be using magic. So, if anyone else is using magic and they're not a robot, I need to destroy them. So that the will of the ruling class can be enforced. I don't know. I'm a little confused. Why can't I do anything? Oh, because I had pressed A. Let's scan this guy. Oh, I get to use 2 items. Well, this is an interesting opportunity. Let me see if using... Oh, I can't use the Creature Compendium a second time. I was going to see if it did anything differently a second time. I'm just going to skip my second item then. Heh heh heh, my creation is invulnerable. You'd better run if you value your life. Mwahaha. Who is talking? The book created this creation? Forget it. It repels everything. Then let's get rid of its barrier. Okay, let's try the Baroi device. It won't work. I'm sure that barrier's too strong. Then there's nothing left to do but run. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I scanned it. Maybe that cutscene would have happened if I tried attacking it. Can I steal from you? Guard. Well, let's see what happens if I try to run away, I guess. I'm assuming this is what I was supposed to do. Oh, we're just back on the field, and they're there. Oh, look at that guy. And they're coming towards me. What if I do this? Doesn't work. Is there a world where they don't do the barrier thing? Like, this isn't his turn. The battle's just starting with this. But I guess if I can always run away, I'm just supposed to navigate this area while avoiding them. It's going to make it very hard to examine all these barrels, but God knows I'm going to do it. Oh, these blue guys look normal. I can probably deal with them. They're not, like, super aggro, though. They're kind of just walking around. Maybe we're going to get the red device in this dungeon. And that's what we're going to use to defeat them. That'd be kind of cool. The 4 pistons. Kluk is furthest behind in SP, so she's going to get SP. Yeah, these guys are not really that big of a deal, so this must be what we're supposed to do. The hose. All EXP is going to Zola. This could be really, really, really annoyingly programmed, so I appreciate how this is going down. Yeah, give me all those sweet, sweet nothings whispered in my ear. Possibly my favorite collectible in any game ever. Just because it's so funny and clever. It's something that I would expect to see in like Earthbound or Undertale. Like that level of like cheek and clever. It's like that kind of humor. It's kind of like making fun of the genre and taking like a really trope-based idea and spinning it on its head. I really, really like it. I think it's super funny. Okay, these guys should be totally normal to fight. We maybe have even fought this exact variant before. I can't remember if we've had blue ones. We're gonna hit the guy in back with magic. The Hover Klaxon. Sounds like something from Ratchet and Clank. Could go for a Ratchet and Clank game right about now. I miss Ratchet and Clank. There are technically some Ratchet and Clank games that I haven't played. I don't have access to the PS5 one, because I don't have a PS5, but I do have access to like a short DLC Ratchet and Clank game, I think, called Quest for Booty. I haven't played that one. And obviously I could, you know, replay some of the ones that I do have, because they're really good. And they have a lot, they actually have a lot of like New Game Plus type stuff that I could benefit from and have fun with. We actually did that for a subathon. that we unlocked from the last charity marathon. My $2,000 milestone from the last charity marathon was a 12-hour stream, and we did it as a subathon. And every sub that came in, you could put one vote towards Ratchet and Clank or towards Sly Cooper. And every hour, whichever game was in the lead, I would switch to. And so I got to like start a replay of what I'm pretty sure is my favorite Ratchet and Clank game, Crack in Time. I can never remember if it's the first or the second PS3 Ratchet and Clank. I can't remember if Tools of Destruction was before or after. I always get it mixed up and I have to look it up. The Crack in Time was a really, really good one. They're all great, but that's a really good one. Okay, Zola hits level 30. I think I'm probably going to give her Guardian for the same reason as the others, just to get the HP bonuses, so... Oh yeah, we need to look at skill slots. My god, we have just some empty skill slots just hanging out that we need to utilize. Okay, what do we want to give Shu? Magic defense? I don't like that the number doesn't actually go up when I give him this. Maybe the meditation is better, actually. Just for the status heal, because status heal is such a problem. I'll give him meditation. Okay, Jiro. Recover HP while walking or enhance items. That's a tough one, actually. He uses a lot of items, and that's a great coupling with double item. Let's go with that first. Okay, Kluk has 2 slots open. Zola already has Negotiate on, and it doesn't stack. So we could give her an off-steal for sure. I don't really want to use Stun Bomb. So I think the only thing that I would reasonably put here is Negotiate and then maybe give Zola something else. So let me just preemptively do that. Maro's got 2 slots open. Let's see what we got here. Critical hit increase sounds good. Prevent preemptive. Do we have that on anybody else? Does anybody else have caution equipped already? No. Okay, well, let's give him that. Preventing preemptive strike sounds amazing. Maro has so many skills that he's not using. It would be nice to give him meditation as well as, like, off-white magic or off-magic sword. He's very varied. Okay, Zola... Okay, yeah, so let's do this. We'll take Negotiate off of her, because Kluk's already got it. And then we can give Zola the off-magic sword and white and black. That's pretty cool. She's the weakest of the 3 physical attackers. Like, Shu and Maro are way stronger with basic attacks. So that gives her a little bit more... She's a little bit more of a Jill of all trades. Plus, she has this enhance item effect, which is pretty cool. I forgot that she had that. So she's a good item healer as well. Okay, cool. Open skill slots no longer wasted. Oh my god. Well, at least we can't get preempted. You examined the pipe! That text box persisted into the battle. That was really funny, actually. Oh, we got purple robots now. Is the sentry guy in the back, like, changing their color? Or did he just move them from, like, one state to another. It says makeover surgery. Stormbringer? Okay, that's very powerful. Holy crap. These guys are not messing around. Excuse me? Oh, he did get the preemptive strike, though. Okay, so I don't know what is going on then. Because my rows are flip-flopped. We are in stinky, stinky trouble here. We need some big hits on Mowdown. Oh, that was a little bit too far, dang it. That was a lot too far. Okay, just don't kill Jiro. Okay. We're okay. Double item heal to get Kluk back up here. Followed by a Mega. You played any of the Ratchet and Clank games, Smashy? Is that ever something that you did? You ever rock with the Ratchet and Clank back in the day? Okay, we're gonna go ground here. For sure. We need to get these guys the heck out of here. Please. Okay. Whew! That is a scary encounter. Especially with my rows flipped. And there's my 10 gold. That I got into trouble for. EXP for Zola. Never played him, seemed pretty cool though. I'm a big fan. Like, I'm not a big shooters guy, but it's like far removed enough from the genre. Like, there's a lot of platforming, there's some puzzling, there's just like really funny stories and dialogue. Like the voice direction in the game is phenomenal. The humor is just like off the charts. Like, it's unfortunate now because we live in like a post Joss Whedon world. We live in like a post Marvel world where like snappy, cheesy humor doesn't quite hit the same. It's not exactly the same kind of humor, but I'm sure there's a lot of people, if they played the games now, like, and went back to them, that it might feel like Marvel humor to them, even though I don't agree that it's the same, but I could sympathize with someone to whom it comes off that way, I guess. But it would be a really unfortunate outcome. But it's that same kind of like bam joke, bam joke, bam joke, and it's not. It's definitely less spoon-fed than like that type of humor, like, and the storytelling as well, where it's like we can't let any viewer like be left behind and not know what's going on. So we're gonna like go out of our way to like super hyper explain everything that's happening and why. Which I guess on paper isn't like a bad idea, but it comes off a little bit patronizing sometimes. Okay, I'm going regular ground here. But yeah, I love Ratchet and Clank. Like, the weapons are so silly and creative, and it's really satisfying to just like blow up a bunch of stuff, sometimes in a very comical way. And there's like some very like low-hanging fruit but creative ways to like deal with certain situations, you know? Like, oh, I'm getting attacked from all sides by enemies in this one area. Let me throw out my little automaton weapon that like shoots stuff for me. Or let me use the one where I like spike the ground and make a big AoE instead of like trying to pivot around and shoot everything. You know, you can like there's a little bit of freedom as far as like how you approach the blow up everything that moves ethos. And I really like the graphical style. I'm just a big fan of Ratchet and Clank. I think it's great. It doesn't try too hard to like be everything. It just wants to be what it is, and it does a really good job of being what it is. Okay, there's another red chest over here, which makes me feel like my theory is probably correct, and we're going to get the red thing here. Now, this conveyor belt... I want to see something. Okay, that guy doesn't pop up as an encounter. But at the very least, I probably can't walk past them. So I think I need to get on here, right behind one of these guys. Oh, I can't move while I'm on here. So am I just going to automatically get off at the next stop? Okay. That was not how I expected that to go, but that makes sense. So maybe that other one just leaves me... It just takes me to like another loading zone. And I need to make sure I do everything here because I won't be able to go back right away. I only played the first Jak and Daxter. I liked that game a lot. That was one of the earlier games that I 100%ed. It's a great 3D platformer. It's got great, like, graphical vibes, I would say. I really like the big, sprawling, like, tropical, vivid color biomes that it has. But I was pretty averse to Jak 2 and Jak 3. I'm told by very trusted sources that they're very good and very fun games, but they just really changed the aesthetic and the dynamic a lot. They got like darker color palettes, and they were a little more like edgy and teen as far as like the way that they looked and the humor, and instead of Jak being this like goofy, bumbling, like silent Disney character type of character, he turned into this like brooding, like emo brute. And he has a gun. And I was like, why does he have a gun? Like in the first game, it's very like melee combat in like a, you know, Crash Bandicoot kind of way. The game doesn't play like Crash Bandicoot, but the way that Jak moves is a lot like Crash Bandicoot. And it was like unique and novel amongst other 3D platformers that I had played. And I had played a lot of 3D platformers. But then when you give him a gun, it's like, okay, well, now we have these two different franchises that's like, you know, so-and-so and so-and-so, like the main character, side character, you know, and now they both have guns, and it just felt too similar for me, I guess. And I felt like I had to pick one, and it's like, well, if I have to pick between these two third-person gun guy platformy puzzly games, I'm gonna pick Ratchet and Clank because I already like it. So I have not yet enjoyed Jak 2 and 3 for what they might be and for what they are. Because I haven't been able to get past that they aren't like Jak 1. But I would like to get that PS3 trilogy of them. I actually don't own any of the Jak games. I had the original PS2 copy of Jak and Daxter 1, but it was traded in a long time ago to try and get money for something else. Back during a short period of time where I was receptive to that idea. It was in those limbo years where there were more games than ever that I wanted to play. But I was old enough to where my mom didn't really want to buy me games anymore. But I was young enough to where I didn't really have to have a job and therefore didn't want to. And I wasn't forced to get a job by my parents. So that was a creative way for me to get more games without having money, was to beat games and then sell them at a deflated price to Blockbuster Game Rush. Let's just do ground. Well, actually, no. We're gonna water the back row. Because that'll take care of this guy, who can probably call more enemies. Yeah, we'll mow down here. It's fine. But yeah, they did a remastered trilogy for PS3 for both Ratchet and Jak. And I have the Ratchet one. I bought that right away. Because I actually don't own Ratchet & Clank 1 for PS2. I only have 2 and 3. Oh god, that went fast. Dang it. Well, let me just water these guys. That's fine. But the remastered version of Ratchet & Clank 1 is actually a lot more improved over the original than 2 and 3. There's like some clunkiness with the controls in the original version of Ratchet & Clank. It's a little more like tank control-y than like a true free camera. You examined the mound. That's funny. That's the first time we've had a mound. Okay, I don't want to go in that door. But the remakes of 2 and 3 are pretty much just like a, you know, HD coat of paint. There's another door there. Ooh, you almost got me. That was close. Ratchet and Clunk. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm gonna attack you before you attack me. This guy sucks. So he gets to immediately upgrade his red guys to purple guys at the beginning of the battle, no matter what I do. And then they get super fast, and they get to go before me. That's annoying. And he moves one to the back row somehow? Okay. I'm sorry, but cherry to grape is not an upgrade in my book. You're gonna have to go the other direction to call that an upgrade. Get Grounda. Wow, they didn't die to Grounda uncharged. That's brutal. Is this the really powerful AoE? Oh, that was nothing. So I guess it only did that much that one time because they had been, like, buffed or something. Please die. Okay, you're dead. And you should die to 3 love taps. Yeah. Okay, get out of here. We're getting up there, man. We're gonna have some maxed out generalists in the near future. I thought it was gonna take a lot longer to hit rank 30 on something than this. Because in the manual it shows you how much SP it takes for each level, and some of those numbers are pretty big. Like in the thousands. Oh god, I didn't realize he was still there. That was aggressive. Okay, at least it's the weaker encounter for my rows being flipped. Mow down. But yeah, if I had the knowledge that I have now, and I was doing like a fresh playthrough of this, I would have immediately bum rushed Generalist with every character. And we would have probably maxed with everybody a couple of dungeons ago. I bet you could probably be pretty close to mastering it with all 5 characters, like by the... Well, I guess with the exception of Zola, because you don't have her yet. But with the other 4 characters, you could probably get it done by the time you get to Disc 2 and have Zola. I would imagine. Especially if you also used all of your medals in the early game for the Generalist hearts. And if we rank up enough times before we see Toripo again, we won't need to buy any more Generalist hearts. There won't be a reason to. And so we can use our medals on other hearts. And maybe start doing some math there. Oh, that's an item. Kluk needs to be healed. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, I need to write this red chest down. I've looked at it like 8 times, and I haven't written it down. Ancient Factory. I'll just call this First Big Room. That's good enough, right? It's a red chest. But we highlighted in blue. Okay. Now, let's see. We have 2 doors over here. And then we also have something going on over here. Yes, there is an upgraded spell called Trap Flora. Oh, we got some barrels over here that we haven't tapped. Yeah, there's Trap Flora and there's Trap Flora. Oh, thank you, Draconics. Yes, I left my notes on the screen. Get out of here, bro. You're so annoying. I don't want to fight you. Okay. Oh, so this, because this has an arrow away from the conveyor belt, I can't get on over here. I see. Well, that makes sense now. I wouldn't have been able to get on over there. Okay, I see, I see. So we need to, like, sequentially make our way through these various zones. I'm assuming one of these paths is going to be, like, a dead end, and the other one's going to be the path forward. I can kind of see ahead on the map here. Lost. This might be a... Oh, is there a barrier here? It's invisible. Is this a black barrier that's just really hard to see? Yeah, it is. That's sneaky. Okay, well, let's write it down. Ancient Factory. We'll call this Northwest Branch Door. Black. The red barrier that those enemies put around themselves doesn't really look the same as the ones on the field that are red. It was not very close. But I'm still thinking it's possible that we might get the red barrier item here. Presumably the red device. Okay, these guys are annoying. They can call more enemies. They'll cause more dudes to spawn, but we can do this, and maybe they won't detect me. Nope, nope, they still detect me. Alright. It's too bad there's not an AoE that hits floating enemies, but I suppose that's good balancing. Let's just hit you with water, because it'll definitely kill you. And then... Oh, he's got Reflect on! Wow, so we got hit with our own water. So that's what the Mirror Coat does. Just like in Pokemon. Alright, well I bet he dies to this. Yeah. These guys are weak, luckily. Maybe I should just use the Field Barrier on them instead. That'll save me a lot of time. I don't want to get too wild with it, because I don't want to waste MP, but... Oh, nice. That was lucky. He didn't spawn anybody. Okay, so we've got 2 doors here. Another leather belt. That's a good item, actually, despite how basic it sounds. What are these little panels on the floor? What was this way, though? There's another fork over here. Door number 3. Do you turn around at all? No, you're static. Oh, you do turn around. I stand corrected. Yo, Morrow hits skill +7. Unreal, man. Alright, what do we want to add to you, my guy? Meditation? Yeah. So if we can get... Oh, and that's a big door. That leads to a big round room. That's very bossy. I'm going to try to look at the mini-map here. So this room is not a dead end. Let me go look at the other 2. It would be so nice if we could explode this map. Oh, okay. Both of these doors right here lead into the same room. Okay. Well, let's check that out first, then. Oh, it's not even a separate loading zone. That's nice. Oh, but there's a big enemy. Yikes! Okay, so we get bamboozled in here. This guy is very large. Okay, so we're gonna water the back row. Let me steal from the double lance. Shadow crystal. It's a pretty good item. We'll go ahead and water the hover klaxon, because I'm pretty sure it can summon more enemies. Its palette swap could. Plus he can give like buffs and stuff, and we don't want any of that business with a strong enemy we've never seen before. Let's just do a regular attack in case it's super weak. Alright, that's good enough. Love the little passive heals that we're getting too on our attackers. That's pretty awesome. Jiro, you can do a love tap here. Alright, what do you got, man? Sonic Boom! Okay. Decent damage to the front row. Nothing too scary. So Flare Wind Water, Cure Heal Poison Shine. That's really nice for her to have. Also, it looks like the order of it in my skills menu might affect the order in this menu? I can't tell, though. I need to look closer at that to see. Let me just try hitting you with Flare. How do you do with magic? Are you weak against magic? Because you're a big metal physical boy? Or are you resistant to it? You are not resistant to it. A little bit of chargey. We'll go ahead and do a Zephyr here. Little baby charge. Maybe he'll just die here and we'll save the MP. Yep. Called it. Phew. I already told you, it's gonna take more than raw power. Aw, come on, guys. Besides, I think we could take a breather here. What? Let's just bust through. Even mighty warriors need their rest.
That's right.
Are there like a bunch more of these guys in here? No. It's just a treasure room. That seemed like a weird time and place to trigger that sort of a conversation. But okay. EXP plus 100. There you go, Zola. Someday you'll catch up. She was dead for like one battle. And she's been trying to catch up forever. Ooh, a level 5 scroll. That's exciting. Shield us. That makes me think that it's like a Dragon Quest type of spell. Oh, is this thing gonna let us rest? Ooh, 15 medals. Thank you very much. Very nice. A free HP and MP restore. Wow, that's phenomenal. Slot number 2 is where we're saving. And we'll call this Ancient Factory. Treasure / heal room. And I guess because it's convenient, we'll just stop right here for the day. We have a few more minutes, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get much more done when I'm going to have to backtrack to this save point. So, here's what we're going to do. With these extra few minutes, we're actually going to run a bonus Super Smash Bros. Ad. I'm not going to run an ad since I don't need to. But we're going to run an extra round of this matchup. Because tomorrow there's going to be 4 ad breaks. And there are 5 more rounds of this matchup before it's done. So we're going to do 1 extra today so that we perfectly finish tomorrow at the end of the week. Next week we're going to start Super Ads Party instead of Super Ads Bros. We'll be doing automated CPU games of Mario Party 1 during any type of BRB I have to step away moment, including ads. And the automated game will continue for the entire time that I'm gone, so that if I happen to be gone longer than 3 minutes, you'll still have something to look at instead of just a static victory screen. I'm going to introduce a channel point redeem. It's going to be kind of expensive. It's going to be probably 3,000, I think. But for that channel point redeem, you will get to pick anything and everything about the nature of the next Mario Party that you would like. There's going to be a different one each day, each stream. At the beginning of the stream, before I go live, I will set it up with a specific set of 4 characters on a specific board. There will be a limit to this redeem of 1 per day, so they won't be stocked like ahead of time. If this is the first redeem you've been looking for, there you go. A lot more expensive than typical, I guess. But you can choose the board. You can choose all 4 of the characters for this redeem. But you don't have to choose all 5 of those things. You could just redeem it and say Mario. And Mario will be one of the 4 characters. Or you can just say, I want the DK board. and I'll pick the characters randomly. We're going to be starting with Mario Party 1 specifically, Draconics. And we're going to do Mario Party 1 for a while, however long it takes for these CPU players to passively collect me enough coins to be able to buy the rest of the minigames that I don't have in my collection. And then we're going to move on to Mario Party 3, because I've already collected everything you can possibly collect in Mario Party 2, which I was celebrating at the top of the stream today. So specifically Mario Party 1, I want to get to the point where 4, 5, and 6 are ripped to my GameCube, and we can cycle through them as well. We can't do 7, I'm pretty sure, because I think 7 is the first one where they removed the ability to change yourself to a computer after starting the game. But I need to revisit that. But I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, you can't do it in 7. So let's run this Smash Bros. Thing. Not going to run an ad. We're going to switch over to it. I'm going to keep talking to you and kind of signing off while we do this. So this is not the final round of this matchup. This is just an extra one.
3, 2, 1, go!
Seems like extra loud because I turned up my speakers in here just a little bit. But yeah, I'm excited about the Mario Party thing. I think it's going to be cool. It's going to address some issues with the Smash Bros. One. We won't have any metrics or statistics or projection type stuff, which maybe that's a downer for you. Maybe you enjoyed the stats. I'm sure people are going to have fun on the special stream where we do the tournament and whatnot. But with Mario Party, we're not going to do anything like that. But that'll make it more chill for me, and I think it will also save time. Because I wasted so much time after coming back from the break, just kind of like sitting there spinning my wheels and talking about Smash Bros. Stuff when I could have been getting back to the game. But that won't happen with Mario Party, really. I might like make a quick note on like how it's going, or if I happen to see something funny on my way back in, you know. Maybe I'll make a comment before I go back to the game, but I'm not going to get caught up in it in the same way that I do these Smash metrics. So I'm looking forward to that. But mostly just the time aspect of it. And that it can run longer if it needs to, and just how quickly to start and stop it will be. Because I can literally pause at pretty much any moment. Like, if it's in the middle of a mini game, I can pause it. Anytime we're on the board, I can pause it. Even if it's like a one-player minigame with one of the computer players that wasn't the one that was originally me, the human player, I can still pause it. The only time I won't be able to pause it is if, like, somebody is actively buying a star, or if it's like a, you know, last 5 turns event or something, you know, or the game is like ending, which is very unlikely. It's very unlikely that we'll need enough time. I'm going to intentionally set up very long games so that we never reach the end of them on stream, so that I can safely fill the time that may or may not need to be filled by ads and other breaks. But otherwise, I guess I'll remind y'all of the charity dates. Of course, don't forget, donations are opening on Monday, this coming Monday, in 4 days. February 9th, 10 a.m. I'm going to post in Discord, 10 a.m. sharp. All the incentives are going to go live. So sign up for notifications if you want to get pinged for that. Get your wallets ready. Make sure the card that you want to use is on your PayPal or whatever, you know. Be as ready as you can. It's like you're trying to pre-order a Switch 2 from Target at midnight or whatever. It's not going to be that stressful, I promise. Not even close. All right, Fox clinches the matchup. Surprising no one. 6-1. So we'll do the final 4 rounds of this matchup tomorrow, and then we will have tested all 66 possible combinations of level 9 CPU Smash Bros. I'll plan out a special event stream for the final tournament, I'll put together the bracket and how that's going to go. I still have some things to figure out with that, so it's not going to happen right away. I might try to squeeze it in before the charity marathon. I'm not sure. Don't hold me to it. I will announce it in Discord when I've decided. I still have to figure out how it's going to work is kind of the biggest thing. And then once I figure that out, then I'll figure out when it's going to be. Otherwise, that's all I got. That's a lot of stuff, so it feels silly to say that's all I got. But we'll be back tomorrow, same time, for more Blue Dragon, 3 p.m. Central. And we're going to make some more progress. We're in a new dungeon. We're doing story content again. The thing that we speculated was optional ended up not being optional. So we've only done one optional thing so far. But it was very fruitful. So lots of good precedents set. Lots of cool people on right now as well. I suppose I do have the luxury of searching for a Brave raid if I want to. But let's weigh the options here. The song is very similar to the Baroi Town theme, but it is not the same. Okay, I'm going to say no to Brave Raid tonight. Try again tomorrow. Well, speak of the Mario Party. All right, let's raid Fish. Fish is playing Mario Party 6 with some other streamers, which tickles my fancy. Fish is funny and chill and cozy, so I'm a fan of her. Discovered her through Kyo many moons ago. All let's go see what's going on over there. I bet it's going to be a little loud and chaotic, but drop her a follow. Drop the other streamers streaming a follow. Give them a look. I know one of them for sure. I know Mary Majora. I don't know if I know the other two. Mary Majora was like one of my first follows on Twitch, actually. I think Vaughn might have actually followed her as the Backlog Boys account. I don't remember. Anyways, we're going to go say hi. I forgot to switch over here and hit the raid button, so we might not get to hear the full raid out music. But thanks for hanging with me today. Thanks for listening to me yap about charity for a long time. And for those of you who were here at the top of the stream, listening to me rant and rave about my triumph in Mario Party 2 and my penchant for obscure unlockables that I think are in jeopardy of being lost to time and memory that I'm trying to preserve. I'm gonna rip some more GameCube games tonight. See if I can finish ripping the rest of my library. I've got about 6 more to go before I go back to the list of retry problem children that have failed and stalled a few times. But otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow for more note-taking and yapping. Y'all be good. Let's go say hi to Fish and the gang.